We already got a round of applause and we haven't even started. Hello everyone, thanks for coming to the opening ceremony, thanks for coming to Croatia to another round of BlockSplit. My name is Vlaho, this is Antonio. We'll just give you a brief overview of what we have been doing and what is expecting you in the next 2 or 3 days in Split.
So welcome. This is our 7th year that we are doing BlockSplit, but it's a 5th edition. We had 2 years break, as you know. But there is one unusual thing this year, and I will give, you can present that part.
I really don't know what's the unusual thing. We don't know if we're in the bull market or not.
No, this is the first time actually.
We joke that we only do BlockSplit in the bear market, so be cautious if you think this is the bull market.
Especially for the next year, so this year looks good. But still we stayed as always, community and technology driven conference. So we will have for 2 days 5 tracks, more than 90 speakers talking about different topics related to the blockchain technology and the business models on the blockchain. Also we have startup stage as a last year. That was the first time that we did startup stage. We decided to continue doing that. So we will have 13 startups. We will show them later. Pitching, and we have some very good awards this year.
Our main sponsor this year is, well, this is rather unusual, but we're very proud. John Lilic personally sponsored this conference as the gold sponsor. All the other sponsors are visible on the
Actually, we have some more sponsors.
Yeah, we'll go through them, but you can check the sponsors over there. We'd like to thank all of them. Now to the silver sponsors.
Concordium and General Magic, please, a big round of applause for them.
The bronze sponsors, Nectar Network, Internet Computer Equity, 4.0 Venture Labs, the Ecosystem Support Program, Jumper Exchange, Li-Fi, and Neuralab. A round of applause for them as well, please.
Also startup sponsors.
Yeah, this is us, basically. You can give us a round of applause.
So big applause for us. We have also boat trip sponsor, which is Ramo, and coffee break sponsor, which is Blank.
Yeah. Thanks.
And regarding the organization, as usual, we have Ubik and Digital Dalmatia as co-organizers. So thank you all for helping.
Thank you.
And we have much more sponsors here. So thank you, everyone. And hopefully you will support us next year also.
Do it. Now we come to the 13 startups. We will have 2 rounds of startup pitching today. We have 13 very interesting projects that we can show you now. From football stocks, investing in football players, to music platforms. I wouldn't want to go through all of them, but I went through them when they were presented. It's really, really interesting. So we'll have the startup stage at Antonio upstairs, right?
We will show the stages later. But last year we had only 5 startups, if I remember correctly, and this year we increased number to 13. So that's a huge step for the conference also. And good job, Lana and Luca, who did most of the work related to the startup stage. So a few more information. You can follow agenda here. So basically it's a blocksplit.net, but if someone wants to scan direct link to agenda, this is it. And this is related to the stages. So we are currently in a Hrvatski Dom Split. So this is the main stage, and startup stage will be on the upper floor. When you go out and on the left, that's our second stage, and then if you go more left, that's a workshop stage. Also related to the lunch, same as the last year, we have a lunch in Chop's restaurant. Please be on a time because we have very limited amount of the time in the restaurant.
We're already late.
Yeah, if you are late, no food for you. So just go left and then you will see where all people are heading during the lunch break and follow them and you will be okay. It's literally 1 minute from here, even less, 30 seconds.
Last but not least important, where the fun happens after the official program. Firstly, tonight there's a cool-down party in Antique Bar. It starts at 8 p.m. Does it have to finish at midnight? Or?
Sorry?
Does it have to finish at midnight?
No, we just put it as some limit, so we want you we want to have you tomorrow at the conference. So.
And tomorrow, you can take it. The official BlockSplit after party
just related to location. Antique Bar is on Riva, like minute from here, and Otium, we will post everything on a Telegram and via emails. Otium is on Beach Bačvice. So it's official party only for us, so no people outside of the conference. It's a limited space, 300 people, so first come, first serve, because there will be maybe chance if everyone wants to attend the party that someone will stay outside. So just as information.
Last but not least, second time, join our Telegram for the latest updates. There is a group where you can ask anything, get all the information, and also if you see any of us, ask us in person if that's easier.
But we have some more things. So this year we wanted to introduce, we want to invite some more people to the boat party. So we decided to create raffle. So we will give 2 tickets for 2 random. So boat party is only for speakers as sponsors. It's invitation only event. But we decided to give 2 tickets as a raffle. So only thing that you need to do during next 2 days is to tweet about the conference with the hashtag BlockSplit, and we will pull some 2 random people, and we will take them. We will take them on Thursday with us on the boat trip. So it's not hard. It will help a lot to the conference, and maybe you will have a nice time sailing around the islands and Split.
Oh yeah, one more thing.
Since we have a conflict, which is the most beautiful city in Split, he says it's Dubrovnik, who thinks it's a Split?
We're in Split, so we're going to stick with this, yeah. Thank you for coming to the magnificent city of Split. We hope you have a great time. Don't forget to join, find new friends, find new acquaintances, do some business, obviously. And thank you for coming to the opening ceremony. And now we will begin with the program.
Yeah, and
thanks.
And if you need any help, there is a lot of volunteers and staff people around. Just pull us, ask the question. We will love to help you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's an honor to have the first panel of BlockSplit this year. So please welcome to the stage my co-panelists, Ms. Jadrana Pilaš, a supervisory specialist at the AML Office of Croatian Financial Services Supervisory Agency.
I'm glad to be here with you.
And Mr. Denny Santo, he is the head of compliance at Mercurio.
Hello.
So,
I must say that he's head of compliance.
Yeah, of Money Sale. We will touch upon
yes.
Yeah, that is part of the group of Mercurio. Yeah, of course.
Yes, but it's registered as
registered
Money Sale.
as a Money Sale. Yes, a virtual asset service provider. So let's kick this off. Can you please tell us, so we have a lot of crypto natives here, and a lot of you probably at some point started to thinking about opening a crypto business. And from the regulatory aspect, we call it a crypto asset service provider. So my first question will go to Ms. Pilaš. What does crypto business must be aware of if wanting to operate his business and start his business in Croatia?
Well, it must be aware that there is a registration procedure that must submit the request and to prepare all the documents. And
okay, so once it figures out that it has to be registered, it has to be compliant, of course. How does the registration process looks like at this moment, and under which law is it regulated?
It's currently it's regulated just on the AML Act. We supervised only that after the registration.
Okay, and how does, maybe in short, does the registration process looks like? They have to apply, they have to fulfill some of the...
They have to apply and fulfill the request, but just only for the activities that are specified in the Act.
AML Act.
Yes.
So we had a revision of the AML Act, and as of then, a lot of businesses that were previously on the list are not at the list at this moment, because the process got stricter because of the preparation for, of course, the markets and crypto assets regulation. So how strict it is at the moment?
I couldn't say that it's really strict, but it's really demanding, and those firms gave up because they couldn't fulfill the requirements.
Yeah, yeah. So it is probably good, because you have to have a very good compliance system set up, because new regulations are coming, and if you're not willing to comply, it is a problem. So it's probably a good thing.
Yes.
Yeah. So my next question goes to Ms. Santo. So Money Sale is a newly registered crypto asset service provider in Croatia. So Money Sale is part of Mercurio Group. It's an on and off ramping service provider. Can you tell us how did you choose Croatia to be your main place of work, and why did you decide to register it in Croatia?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. So when considering where you want to go for a crypto license, there are many things and many risks to choosing where you eventually go. Ultimately, the first thing that we thought of was the government approach to crypto and innovation in particular. If a government is teetering on, will we, won't we in terms of crypto, it's ordinarily a bad indicator. We need a government that is fully behind crypto and willing to legislate to give us the clarity we need, and that's what we got in Croatia. It's also very important from a business stability perspective to have that assurance. The second thing is the regulatory clarity, and that's absolutely something we got with Hamfer as well. So an understanding of the regulatory environment we work in, because we at MoneyCell have always wanted to be regulated. We don't operate in the DeFi space or anything like that. We have a very specific product. And going through the process with Hamfer gives you that regulatory clarity from our own experience, more so than quite a lot of other European countries and global other countries in the world. Some of the things that we went through to get that regulatory clarity go way beyond just a simple AML registration. We looked at our business plan, we looked at our financials, capital requirements, consumer protection, data protection, that went beyond just a simple AML registration. It was quite robust, but also fair, transparent, and we got the communication from Hamfer as well that we found extremely valuable. And then the final thing I would say, sorry, there are three.
No, yeah.
The final thing I would say is from a strategic, geographic, cultural, and economic perspective, you have to look at what market you're going into and ultimately why it makes sense. We at MoneySale, like Carla said, we're part of a wider group, Mercurio Group, and we have employees in some of the other Baltic countries. You have to look at whether the country that you're looking into align with your values as an organization as well and your principles. If it doesn't make sense. So from a business perspective, it always made sense to come to Croatia. We found the hospitality here was fantastic on our first on our first meeting, and we've never looked back. Those are the main three things I would say from my perspective.
Amazing. And maybe did it apply to you the passporting effect, like the fact that you could provide services if you're established in one country in the European, maybe easier in the other countries in the European or not?
Yeah, it makes a difference for sure. I think I think ultimately we wanted to be in Croatia. That's the thing I really want to put out there. Croatia is an important strategic jurisdiction for us. We're not here to set up a company and leave it and go. You know, we want to leverage the incredible tech resource in Croatia, in particular, but also from a, you know, it would be remiss of me to deny the fact that there are opportunities within the larger EU market, obviously. That's the benefit of being in the EU.
And with the MiCA regulation, of course, coming,
Absolutely.
that will harmonize kind of, let's say, the whole market.
Absolutely, and that's what I mean about regulatory clarity as well. When you get regulatory clarity, the whole market benefits from that. And we as crypto firms, VASPs or CASPs, we crave that regulatory clarity, because then you get, in my opinion, compliance is a competitive advantage. If you can do compliance consistently, we all win. And that's why ultimately Croatia really worked for us, because we've got that regulatory clarity here.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you, Ms. Pilash. So considering the number of applications you took, like you reviewed up until this point, what do you think is the readiness of future VASPs in Croatia, and what would be your advice for the new ones that maybe wants to apply to the register?
Well, I think they're aware of the requirements of our law. They're aware that we supervise them after they conduct the registration process. We are going to off-site and on-site supervision, and
that maybe that they have to be in Croatia and reside in Croatia, and
of course they have to do business here. They have to all things that are prescribed in our law.
And what do you think is the readiness, from the applications you already received? How well prepared are those ones that are already applied?
There are few of them, just
there are a few of them. Yes, but they went.
They look prepared.
Yeah, they went through a robust process of registration. So I think also probably you know better that they are well prepared. But that's good. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So Denny, my next question goes to you. So. Money Sale, as you said, is a part of Mercurio, which is a group entity that is regulated inside and outside of Europe. So it has virtual asset service provider in Canada as a money service business. You are regulated in the United Kingdom as an electronic money institution and as a PSD agent. You are also in Lithuania, regulated as a virtual asset service provider also. So you have an insight, valuable insight on a lot of different compliance systems and regulatory systems. So can you please, firstly, compare those four systems with the Croatian one?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I mean, we've got licenses in 4 jurisdictions now, and they all differ quite widely, actually. The Lithuanian license and the Canadian license we achieved very early on in our journey, and they were established when the regulatory environment around crypto was quite immature. So the registration process was more of an AML registration. It's simply, do you have a business? Do you have a legal entity? Do you have an AML policy? Yes.
So it was very simple.
Very simple. That is changing, obviously, especially in Lithuania, obviously with the incoming MiCA regulation. But in Canada, the situation is fluctuating. Like I said earlier, we crave that clarity. On the other side, we've got an FCA-regulated e-money institution in the UK. That's highly regulated. It obviously falls under the Payment Services Directive. It falls under the e-money directive. So the requirements are very robust.
So you have both. You had both sides. You have both sides.
Yeah.
Like the easy process one and the very demanding one.
Absolutely, yeah. And what I would say is the process that we went through for an AML registration as a CASP in Croatia sat somewhere on the middle, probably teetering more on the side of the more robust processes that we went through with the FCA for the e-money institution. And actually, I think that's an advantage to us, because when I think about what's coming up with MiCA, there's going to be a wholesale change of the regulatory environment around crypto. And I think a lot of players are going to be shocked by that as well. The amount of work that goes into building the compliance programs needed to be compliant. And I think what we went through with HAMFA was a benefit to us, because we actually went through not just an AML registration. We, like I said earlier, we were looking at our business plan, our financials, our consumer protection principles, regulatory compliance that doesn't just touch AML. We're looking at token listing policies and things like that. So when MiCA comes around, actually, I think we've got most of the things already sorted.
Already in place.
We'll be in a better place for sure, yeah.
Maybe it's important to enhance that e-money institutions are regulated entities, and that's why probably the systems in the UK was very robust, take into account that crypto regulation is just on its beginning. So maybe it's a good sign that it's robust, but crypto businesses and CASPs can know what to expect. So it's the regulatory clarity that is important.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, we want to be regulated, and we want that regulatory clarity. I also think to some degree MiCA isn't the end. MiCA is just the first step towards more clarity, the clarity that we need. I don't think that MiCA addresses all of the problems that crypto faces from a regulatory perspective, but there are things that I think will come in phase 2.
Yeah, and with MiCA we have to see what are going to be guidelines from the competent institutions. We actually right now don't know what the regulatory environment will look like on the 30th of June, when MiCA enters into application for part of the regulation for the stablecoins, and at the end of this year on the 31st of December. But it's a process, and we will probably have also clarity regarding that. Okay, thank you. So we heard experiences from other countries in contrast to Croatia. The thing Danny mentioned is a good support from the regulatory bodies and guidelines. You provided them while they're being registered. So can you please share with us what do you think, in your personal opinion, where does Croatia stand in the maybe European from the European point and maybe globally regarding the welcomeness to VASPs to register its business in Croatia? Where are we positioned?
Well, I think somewhere in the middle.
So stuck in the middle with you. Yeah. Okay.
We have the clear framework.
Okay, some of the media is positioning Balkan as
we are welcoming.
As a very welcoming and as a regulatory environment on the rise. Yeah, on the rise. So, Mr. Dani, could you please share with us? You have experience. You have a regulatory experience. You worked at the Financial Ombudsman Service, which is a sister agency in the UK. You have experience in compliance, in data protection, in conduct, in financial crime mitigation for banks and also for startups. And right now, you're in crypto. Can you explain us a bit more on the personal side? How did you end up in crypto, and what have you learned on that path? Because I think it's a very valuable compliance-wise experience.
Yeah, I started my career as a baby compliance officer at the Financial Ombudsman Service. It was a fantastic experience because you get to learn not just how compliance should be done from an industry perspective or a consulting perspective. You actually look at things through a regulator's lens. So it was fantastic doing that to begin with. And then I moved through, I've been doing this for about 13, 14 years now. And moving through consultancy, then into industry, to traditional finance, and then into crypto, which I actually just fell into. I never imagined I would work in crypto, and actually crypto scared me a little bit, just from a compliance perspective. But I was working for an African fintech in just a couple of years ago, and one part of our organization did some crypto activity. Most of it was payments. But I found that it was so fascinating from a compliance perspective. Just the fact that the story was unwritten from a regulatory perspective it sounded like a huge challenge that I wanted to overcome. And to be honest, I've never looked back. I love working in crypto. I think there are so many new things happening, so many new technologies, so many new ways of doing compliance that I think will always keep me on my toes.
Yeah, amazing. And Ms. Pilas, on opposed to this, what is your personal maybe stance of the crypto community? I think it's very plausible that the regulatory bodies are a part of conferences like this and are directly maybe presenting in front of their future subjects of supervision. So I think it's a good thing. What is your personal stance regarding the crypto community?
I think it's great that we have conference like this, so we can exchange the experiences.
Yeah, amazing. Do you want to share anything else?
Nothing special.
Yeah, that's okay. So, Danny, can you... So, when we talk about crypto, okay, first thing, crypto asset service providers. So we have first thing that pops into mind, okay, I somehow have to finance this. But the second thing, okay, if I want to provide business, I probably want to be regulated. And the third thing is, okay, but what is with the community? What is with the people? Because at the end, the people are the ones that put in the hard work. So how did you find the Croatian and Balkan crypto community? And how did you felt when you decided to came here?
That sounds like a leading question.
Look at what you'll say.
Yeah, you're right. A country is its people at the end of the day, but we're not unfamiliar with the Balkans and Croatia and the general regional community. So we have employees in Latvia, for example. We have employees in Bulgaria, Lithuania. We've got a Lithuanian license, as you know. So this region isn't unfamiliar to us anyway. But you know.
But you haven't had anyone from the Balkan area before coming to Balkan, or you had?
Yeah, we have employees. For example, a big part of our e-money institution was located in Latvia as well as the UK. So we have some.
But Latvia is far away.
Yeah. Obviously, there are jurisdictional differences. The one big thing that I would highlight about the Croatian crypto community is the values and the principles that you guys bring that so closely align to our own corporate values. And I think the hospitality and generosity that we've experienced here, because ultimately we need to set up a company here as Money Sale, and our mind and management is required to be in Croatia. So we're going to be spending a long time here. It's really important that when we're choosing which jurisdiction to locate ourselves in, that we get on with the people, obviously, and we're ready to build the resources required to build the organization and scale. So, yeah, I mean, from our perspective, this was a no-brainer. When we were looking at which jurisdictions to start registering in the EU, Croatia was miles ahead, partly because we had fantastic lawyers like Carla, but also because as a community, it just made perfect sense.
Can you compare it maybe with the English, with the United Kingdom one, and with their community, and maybe?
Yeah, I think in terms of the UK, the community is obviously a little bit more sporadic, and you get cliques, like you've got the crypto community, you've got the e-money community, because it is a financial hub over there. I think in Croatia, the benefit you have is Croatia is a relatively smaller company compared to the UK. So there's no comparison in that regard, but everyone comes together. The community is one. You don't get those cliques, so we can all benefit from each other's experiences.
Okay, amazing. Thank you. I think this was a good startup of one Balkan conference. If any of you, we're coming close to the end of this panel. If any of you from the audience has any questions, feel free to ask. Yeah?
Thanks, sorry. It's a question for Ms. Pilash. Can you maybe tell us when was the first CASP registered in Croatia, and what are the differences between that process and, let's say, the last one that was registered before HANFA? Thanks.
The first one was a year ago, and the last one was you 2 months ago, I think. I don't think there were differences. We supervise whether they recognize and whether they mitigate the AML risk through policies, controls, measures, risk assessment tool, everything that you said.
Anyone else? Yeah, over there.
Hi, so just like a general question, like a temperature check really. Obviously, when you want to open a company that works in crypto, you got to have some form of treasury, right? Whether it be in a stable coin, whether it be in your own coin, right? What's the outlook in Croatia regarding managing those treasuries, and how are they going to be regulated from a tax perspective? Because obviously, unless you're in stable coins, you are subject to market fluctuations, right? So how do we plan on, handling that situation while allowing companies to actually, how do you say, operate on a normal level, right? Because not all crypto is necessarily, the fluctuations in crypto can necessarily be tied to, profits or losses at the end of the year, necessarily, right?
If I correctly understood, that is something that would be with MiCA.
Excuse me?
Consumer protection, also protection of assets of consumers.
Yeah, but also, protecting companies from being liable for, way too many or way too little taxes at the end of each fiscal year, right? Because you do have to keep something in a treasury in order to operate on a blockchain.
Yes, but today currently we are not looking at that.
Yeah, at the moment.
Just the AML Act.
At the moment, the only regulatory scope we have is the AML regulatory regime, as we mentioned. So MiCA regulation is coming, the travel rule regulation, transfer funds regulation is coming, DORA is coming, and a lot of other regulations and frameworks are coming. It is a question regarding the stable coins and e-money tokens, funds, PSD, and it's very, there's a lot of questions, definitely. Okay, so thank you everyone for listening us. Please give a big round of applause for Ms. Jadrana and Danny. Thanks.
Hello everyone, we are continuing with the program. It is my pleasure to present to you the three incredible speakers that we've been able to bring, first of all to Croatia, then to Split, then to the same panel. So thank you all for coming, for finding the time. Hope you've been enjoying Split so far. So you can see above the names who they are, but I'll briefly just say Audrey Tang, Taiwan's first digital minister. Ex-minister as of this week, so Audrey may be able to speak more freely than before. Thank you, Audrey. Yesterday we had a smaller event, plurality meeting, and there were so many questions for Audrey, so if it happens to be today, we'll allow it as much as the time allows us. Then Glenn Whale, who is the founder of Radical Exchange, but also a co-author of the Plurality book that was just released last week.
Yeah, a couple of weeks.
A week or two ago. So this is the part of their book tour, actually. You will hear more about the book. What is specific about the book, of course, apart from the content, is that it's completely free. But also you're able to contribute to it and even earn something from contributing, but we'll get there. Finally, Glenn is also, you're an economist, right? And
by training, yeah.
By training, yeah, by design, and currently chair. And the chair of Plurality Institute. Glenn, thank you for joining us today. One round of applause. Thanks. And next to me, Sam. Sam is in Code Product Ops at Ethereum Foundation, and we'll talk about, how do you say it, Maci or Maki?
Macy.
Macy, okay. We'll talk about Macy later, what it means. But we'll start with Audrey. Audrey, I know I did my master's in diplomacy, and my final thesis was on digital privacy. And the first thing I looked up was the definition of privacy, and it's really one of the simplest definitions ever. Privacy means right to be left alone, okay? And I see privacy through your book everywhere. However, while you were a minister, you've employed quite a radical approach with no privacy. So Audrey, in the 7.5 years of your tenure, filmed each and every meeting that Audrey, he, she, sorry.
Yeah, with the pronoun is whatever. You cannot offend me. So
Yeah. Audrey is post pronoun. Every meeting you attended was recorded, 2,000 meetings with 8,000 people. It was transcribed, it's publicly available. So, you know, what made you say, I don't want to be left alone? Like, why did you do it? Was it just like a stunt, don't get me wrong, or did it serve some purpose?
Yeah, a stunt that goes for 7.5 years. It's called a norm. So not all video recordings were published. They're mostly published as transcript, and people have 10 days at least to redact parts that are confidential and so on. So it is radically transparent by default. Radical means at the root, by default, but it's not live streaming or anything. And the reason why is that when lobbyists visit me, if I have a recorder there and say that it represents future generation, then their lobbying is to the public good. Their lobbying is to sustainability, to the health of the planet and the mental health of the children. But without that recorder, their lobbying takes a very different character. I don't know why. And so this is an anti-corruption device that says, if you want to make a lobby to me, my policy is not just for myself. It is not just for this generation. It's not just for this party or this cabinet. I'm a non-binary and partisan also. So whomever that is the ruling party in Taiwan, you will have to account for those future generations and free the future with them. And so it not just changed the amount of lobbying toward the public good, but it also makes sure that our citizens knows the how and why of policy making, not just the what of the policies made. So I can get a lot of emails and so on just telling me that, oh, 2 weeks ago in my meeting I made a factual error, it actually works like this, and so on, way before a new regulation and so on is done. So I think radical transparency is about protecting the integrity of the context, and in this case, the context of public policy making. Contextual integrity is the goal, and privacy or radical transparency or whatever are the instruments to foster that goal.
Did it take you time to get used to everything being recorded? Was it like, did you easily get on board with that? Or did it take time?
Yeah, well, I mean, if I misspoke, I have 10 days to go back and erase that misspoke. So again, it is radically transparent by default. It is not live streaming everything. So I'm not in this like maximalist way when it comes to live streaming, because live streaming amplifies something and you take it out of context and it destroys contextual integrity. You take like 5 seconds of misstep or misspoke and you erase the entire hour of conversation. So I'm not in favor of that. That destroys contextual integrity.
Okay, thanks. Glenn, loss of privacy seems like an irreversible process. Okay, well, you know, once it's out, it's impossible or nearly impossible to get it back. Yesterday or the day before, we witnessed in Croatia personal details of each and every car owner in Croatia got leaked. Less like 1.5 million people. And I just spoke to Audrey yesterday in Uber, and Audrey has an interesting thing. She says that the default switch in privacy in real life is turned on, and the default switch in digital life is switched off. Now, how can we, once we lose privacy, is there a way to get the horse back in the barn?
AI.
AI.
So, in a world, for the last 60 years, we've lived in a regime, which is a very strange regime, where you see a video, you see a photograph, you assume it's true. Throughout almost all of human history, the equivalent of photographs were paintings. No one assumes paintings are true. They were written words. No one assumes those are true. Most of the time they're stories, right? So most of human life, most that you hear, you trust because of who tells you, the context, not because you just see it and you believe it. So with AI, we're not going to see and believe anymore, right? I mean, everything can be made to look whatever way you want to make it look, and it can be as realistic as you want. So you believe the context, you believe the people, you believe the way the story holds together and coheres with other things. And that means that suddenly in the digital world, things are switched to private again, right? Because if everything you see, you assume is made up, if it doesn't have signature, if it doesn't have connections, then without that verification, things are by default private. And we establish a regime where truth comes from social relationships, comes from context, comes from verification. And then we can be intentional about those. We can make choices about those. There's no default switch to it being maximally public. So I actually think that's a great opportunity that we have now.
So you're basically saying we've been accepting photos at face value because we thought they couldn't be forged. Now that deep fakes have told us that we can forge anything, basically, you're saying we're going back to the times when we didn't think every word was right just because it was there, nor every painting on the wall depicted person as they were. So you're actually saying like deep fakes are good because they'll make us reconsider the validity of the photo that's being shown to us.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there can be terrible transition costs, and it's very important to make people aware of the new world we're entering, but we need to see its advantages as well as its harms, which is that we can regain that sense of context. And we can come back to this. I don't think privacy is the only way to think about that, but as Audrey said, contextual integrity, social grounding of meaning, rather than it just being abstracted and based on, you see it with your own eyes.
Thanks. Sam, could you explain Macy a bit? What does it do? What purpose does it serve?
I would love to.
Acronym, what does it stand for starters?
Quick show of hands, who has ever heard of Macy? Not many people, not too surprising. I'm the one panelist you haven't heard of here. So Macy is an on-chain voting system, and it's designed to try to protect privacy and prevent collusion. And our bold vision with Macy is to build the most secure e-voting system in the world, which is pretty ambitious. But to unpack that a little bit, a lot of us believe that blockchains and voting is a very good use case for blockchains. If you think about voting systems, they have a high need for process integrity, right? Of correct execution, making sure no votes are fraudulent, no votes are double counted or tampered with, that the tallying was done correctly, the need for censorship resistance, that if you're able to vote, you can vote, that no one can prevent your ability to vote, or once you've cast it, delete your vote in a database somewhere. Privacy, super important, and collusion resistance of you shouldn't be able to be bribed or coerced very easily. So if you think about what blockchains provide, they're basically built for process integrity they give you correct execution out of the box. If you program something on a blockchain like Ethereum, that program will run exactly as executed. And it's public, it's transparent, it's audible, it provides a lot of these great things, it provides censorship resistance. And actually with something like Ethereum, it's very trivial to implement a voting system in a smart contract in 50 lines of code. Where things get really difficult is privacy, because with Ethereum and most public blockchains, by default, all data is public, which is great for transparency and audibility, but not great for private voting when you probably don't want your employer, your government, or some gang down the street to know exactly how you voted. So Macy is a specific implementation to provide privacy to voting. And we do that using smart contracts and a technology called zero knowledge proofs, where all votes are on chain, but they're encrypted and in private, and it's impossible to prove how you voted, but the public result is published on chain and it's verifiable by anyone. And we think this is a super powerful use case. The code of Macy's open source, it's public, it's been audited, it's used by applications like ClearFund, Gitcoin just integrated it, projects that are running quadratic funding experiments, distributing millions of dollars, a funding mechanism Glenn here helped bring to the world. We think is a great use case of voting with money, and we're hopeful in the future people like Audrey help governments like Taiwan to adopt voting systems like Macy to just bring transparency and privacy. And you know, there's an interesting balance there that might be worth talking about, of just like how to find that balance between transparency and privacy. But that's Macy.
Okay, thanks. Glenn, is privacy becoming a commodity? Have we accepted that it's being traded? Our personal details and data has been traded, and I mean, large companies obviously use it without asking sometimes. Is the way forward to fight against it, or just say, listen, I know someone's making money off of my personal data, I want to cut in it? Should we just accept the post-privacy world?
I think people are often a little bit casual about privacy. They think, well, look, I have nothing to hide. But I think there's something very important for people to understand, which is that if in the online world nothing is private, nothing is obscured, then you do not exist. Let me just be clear about that. Every link that you have to anything, whether it be your reputation, assets, anything that makes you a separate being in the digital world, relies on some form of private data, whether it be a private password, whether it be private secrets that you have with friends, whether it be those secret questions. If there is nothing private, you are not a separate being. You completely disappear. So we can talk about what needs to be private to what circumstances in what way, but this notion that we could live in a world without some notion of privacy is antithetical to the existence of human beings.
So you become a part of like some big blob with big body, and you're not.
Well, I mean, you physically cannot have food. You cannot have anything that sustains your existence. You do not exist. You disappear in the digital world if there is not some notion of privacy in some way. Now, on the other hand, I will also challenge the maximalist notion of privacy as equally extreme. There is no information, zero, that is socially relevant, that is truly private in the sense that it's only about you. Your genetic information tells us things about your family. Your every communication that you've ever made is with another person. Your first kiss was with someone else, and erasing that from their brain is just as invasive as is other people knowing about it. So both the idea that we can have things, that a world without privacy is totally and utterly not just dystopian, it's nihilistic. It destroys humanity. And the notion of privacy in the individualistic sense of my data, my choice, my body, that also is completely inconsistent with anything that goes on in human life. So we have to get past both of these easy answers to the privacy world and deal with the actual richness and complexity, which is that data are always social, and if we ever make them fully public across the board, we disappear. We have to live with that paradox, because only by living with that paradox can we start to make progress on actually dealing with the difficult issues here.
You mentioned something very interesting. It's a very difficult argument to fight when someone says, but I have nothing to hide, like, I don't care. But there was a really good argument by Edward Snowden who said, saying you don't care about right to privacy because you have nothing to hide is same as saying you don't care about the right to free speech because you have nothing to say. So just the fact that you currently don't care about something, it doesn't mean that right is not something we should be holding high.
I'm going further than that. I literally don't think that in the digital world you can do anything other than just browse free websites unless you have some private data. You can't do anything because every password, every access, every authentication, every access to any resource depends on some secret.
So Web 1.0, like static websites, no logging in, and that's the only way to reach privacy.
That's the only thing that's available in the digital world if we don't have some form of privacy. So we cannot have a world without privacy, and also we cannot have a world where there's anything that's individually private. We have to live in a world where privacy is social and contextual and yet sacred.
Speaking of which, Audrey, how do we even start thinking about privacy if we at all time, carry smartphones, which are basically tracking devices? That's one thing about it, and the other is, do you find smartphones like anxiety-inducing with all the notifications and yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not attached to my smartphone. There's a very simple hack. It's called a stylus. I've used this ever since the Palm Pilot and Sharp Zaurus days. All the way now, this is a Galaxy Fold. I don't touch the screen. If I touch the screen, my brain thinks the screen is part of me, and then it's hard to put down, and it's the screen scrolling me. It's not me scrolling the screen anymore. But then I touch very briefly to zoom in and zoom out, but always like a toxic, substance.
Like it's hot.
Yeah, yes, exactly. And then I interact with it intentionally. So with voice, with stylus, with keyboard, that's all fine, gestures or whatever. And the reason is that it takes intention to interact in those modes, which means that I can always put it down. And of course, there's no notification from the phone other than the alarm clock that I set myself. But that is just a quick answer to you. I want to add to something that Glenn just said. So for example, in my family, of course, people know my birthday because we celebrate our birthday together. But in places where I just need to prove I'm over 18 years old, my birthday is none of that person's business, right? So that is the beginning of the idea of the DID wallet in Taiwan, which means that for selective disclosure, currently it's easier to review your entire birthday to anyone that cares about whether you can buy some liquor or something. But we should make it easier to just prove you're over 18 years old. And that should be the norm. That should be the default. And that makes the contextual difference between the family that want to celebrate my birthday and someone that just want to sell liquor to me. And that is the kind of contextual difference or social privacy that Glenn just talked about.
Okay, thanks. Glenn just told us, Sam, that there's no privacy in Web3. Thank you for saying that at the Web3 conference. But can you maybe find some examples how Web3 can be actually utilized or can be used, like ZK or something like that, to protect privacy or at least to put some shield around it?
Yeah. I mean, I think Web3 and on-chain applications, I think, naturally lead to a trend of privacy because it brings things very front and center into the conversation of like on-chain applications are like completely transparent and auditable and open source, right? So there can be a lot of scrutiny around what exactly a product or service collects and how they use that information, right? It's not just some vague terms of service or privacy policy of like, here's why we need all this information around you. Yeah, we need to scan your passport. It, I think, will lead to a level of scrutiny and public conversation that I'm hopeful leads to products that basically collect like minimal viable information and give that right of selective disclosure you just said, right? Of just like, okay, some lending protocol, some financial service needs to know you're above 18 and you're a resident of some jurisdiction, right? You mentioned zero knowledge proof, and that technology allows us to take this information and to prove it on-chain or off-chain that, hey, this information that's digitally signed by some trusted authority verifies that I meet this threshold, that I have above a certain age, that I have collateral of a certain amount without you having to see all my bank account statements and my whole financial history. You can just look at this one proof of information that's the absolute minimum that you need for me to authenticate into this service. And I think that's kind of where we're going.
Please.
So one thing I want to say about that is I don't think people realize how powerful that kind of a framework can be. They think, well, but then if you have to prove uniqueness, whatever. If you take the set of all locations I have traversed in my lifetime, which are increasingly tracked, at least locally, by your phone. If you take the set of all transactions I've done, this is billions of data points. You choose any 50 of those, they'll uniquely identify a person. Every interaction you have, you could share a different 50 set of data points, which if verified would uniquely identify you. There is no reason you need to be revealing the same set of, quote, identifying information to uniquely identify you in an interaction. It's just garbage that we have gotten used to that notion. There's absolutely no reason. There's so many things that make you unique in a very clear, watertight mathematical sense. There's no reason you need to be showing your biometrics everywhere to tie back to you. There's no reason you need to be showing your real name everywhere to tie back to you. There are so many different things that distinguish you from anyone else in the world. And we can be using those flexibly in a way that makes sure that we can't tie all these things across contexts.
To go back to Audrey's example with birthday, it's basically the physical equivalent of showing your ID and covering everything apart of the year you were born, right? Because when they need to know you're 18, they don't know to know anything else. And I don't know about Taiwanese, but in Croatia there's an address, a personal identity number on the address is on the ID, the personal identification number, date of year, gender, date you were born, and everything. So you could physically, if you're proving to someone you're over 18, you can hide everything except 1980 something.
But it's actually much more powerful than that, because look, Audrey's been in Croatia for 2 days now. The set of things that she has done here in Croatia alone are enough to uniquely identify her from any other person on the planet. No other person at the time she did went to the same restaurants and the same beaches and whatever that she did. That information alone could identify her. You can make an identity card that's just the person who did those things, and she is completely unique in those things. And the same could be said about what she did in Paris. The same could be said about the set of cities that we went to. I don't think there's anyone that traversed that exact. So there are so many different ways to distinguish us and to identify us that do not require anything about Taiwan, which is where she holds her identity card from. So it's not even just that you eschew, it's like there's so much information about us, and if we use this fully and in a rich pattern, we can have extreme privacy and extreme information at the same time. That's what's so powerful about what rich and diverse people we are. It's only by collapsing us down to some standard set of data that we end up in this privacy versus publicity bind, I think.
Thanks. Audrey, to go to the book you've co-authored, you define plurality as a technology to collaborate across social difference, which is very interesting, and I read it a couple of times. And what does this theoretical concept mean for advancing democracy or advancing the decision making in countries that are willing, or societies that are willing to adopt it as a concept?
Yeah, technology for collaborative diversity means that instead of thinking we can collaborate deeply, but only with people we already know or who think like us, or we can be very diverse, but it's very thin, it's just market or voting. Stop making such dilemma trade-offs. Just like during the pandemic, many countries think you have to make a dial between the public health on one side and privacy on the other, but you have to make sacrifice one way or the other. But we can actually think of it as a two-dimension thing. So instead of a single line, you fold it into two-dimension so that you can increase the degree of collaboration with the same amount of people, with immersive shared reality, with AI models doing compression without losing the nuance, and so on. But you can also, with the same degree of collaboration, include more diversity through transcultural translations, through many higher bits of voting, like quadratic voting or quadratic funding and things like that. So it's setting a roadmap for technologies to not make trade-offs or zero-sum or negative-sum trade-offs of how many people you can collaborate with and how deeply you can collaborate with them. And core to this is the contextual integrity. If people do understand that in an auditable form, maybe with Web3 technology, that whatever we say in this chat group or in this DAO or whatever will be mutually recognizable and undeniable for each participant, but taken out of context because of disdignified, verify, approve, or whatever, it will lose its meaning, and people outside of context cannot say that it is something coming from this group. Then it becomes a self-governing jurisdiction, and then from that jurisdiction, they can try a lot of those very advanced way of funding and voting and so on. So part of it is just to start like 10,000 different kind of swarms of experiments that they can take to a municipality or to a district or even just to a community house, and then scale it not just out or up, but deeply, so that people take this as a new norm, not the old default norm where everything needs to be centralized in one centralized database.
Please, please.
Yeah, curious how you think, and I guess it's like the spectrum of the usefulness of plurality to make decisions and like protecting privacy also. So I think like quadratic voting or quadratic funding, any sort of participatory budgeting you're doing, I could see value in, say, a government service knowing, hey, these two people on two different political parties both voted that this issue is important.
They want to build a bridge, so let's build a bridge.
So, but that, I guess, involves having to reveal which political party I am, versus maybe as a voter, I just want to prove I'm a resident and I'm old enough to vote. I don't want to tell you what political party I am.
The beauty of Polis is that it works entirely pseudonymously. So you do not have to disclose which party you belong to. We have a list of seed questions, like in the 2015 Uber case. We have seed question that says, I'm an Uber driver, or I'm a taxi driver. I prefer Uber over taxi, or the other way around. I have a professional driver's license, so on and so forth. But when you answer these are completely pseudonymous. You do not have to reveal who you actually are. And because the initial 10 C statements are designed to be in a, you can think of it in a highly orthogonal way, and in a 10-dimensional space, every dot is very far apart from each other, and people can add their own statements as well. So very quickly, it grew to 20 statements, 30 statements. It's a wiki survey, people can add to it, and when it reaches like 50 dimensions, even if it's just yes and no, everybody is very, very, very far apart. And when you see clusters and when you see bridges, these bridges are probably the actual bridges that unites people across them. So, for example, Airbnb, when we did the Polis conversation, sent an email to all its Taiwanese members to say, go to Polis on VTaiwan and support the party line. But because it is not an ordinary top-down poll where people are condensed into 3 or 4 questions, people actually type in a lot of very nuanced positions that are against the Airbnb party line, and only about 1/3 voted similarly to the Airbnb party line. So we got a lot more variety, a lot more potential by simply asking people, what should we do together? So the answer to your question is, no, we do not require a review, but just by how they reacted in this high-dimensional preference space, we can very easily use k-means clustering, those good old-fashioned AI, to figure out their split or their ideological differences.
Well, and the other thing I would emphasize is that, again, coming back to this issue of contextual integrity, not all the information about you is relevant to every context. So in the political context, what are the bridges that are people most interested in? Usually region, maybe, something like race or gender, and maybe political preference, party. All those are relevant. None of those uniquely identify you as a person. So you can have all those things project into the Polis conversation if you want to. It doesn't currently, but you could, without uniquely identifying you. Go to a completely different context. Imagine we run Polis at Microsoft, where I work when I'm not on sabbatical. Usually the relevant things are organization, discipline, like are you an engineer or whatever, and maybe something about seniority. Again, none of these things uniquely identify you. None tells me anything about your politics, about your religion, etc. You go to a, cooperative sex club or whatever that we're all members of. Maybe your sexuality is important. Maybe, some physical traits are important. Again, none of these things tell us immediately about those other things. In each context, there is appropriate information that you have to share, right? And other information that's not appropriate. That is contextual integrity. We can know a lot, we can know richly about people without knowing enough to link them across contexts.
Thanks. You were going to say something, or no? Okay. Audrey, I'd just like to mention something that I don't think it's fair. It remains only to the people that have heard it yesterday. Your concept of troll hugging, and Audrey employs an interesting tactics for people who are adversarial towards her, right? Yeah. So, can you just explain?
Yeah,
what
some
is
people hug trees. I hug trolls. The idea, very simply put, is that I get a lot of personal attacks online, and when I see like 3,000 words that are very toxic, very hateful, or whatever, my mind automatically zooms to the 5 words or 7 words that I can reinterpret as constructive. And then I ignore everything else and engage with just that 5 or 7 words in a very, earnest way, and thanking them for the contribution and engage on that particular point. And it is a little bit performative because it changes the dialogue around the entire conversation thread, because people then know that trolling gets you no attention because trolls are deprived of attention, right? And the only way that you can get attention is by engaging sincerely. And that is how I turned many critiques, or even people who did personal attacks or character assassinations or whatever, into good friends, or at least good acquaintances, simply by hugging them and making sure that I only respond to the ones that are interesting or constructive. And I have a hack so that whenever I do this, because it's mental, emotional labor, when I do this, I always mix 2 different new drinks. So I have a whole way of a tea collection, and maybe like 50 different, and so I can take 2 or 3 of them and make a new combination, and it's always pleasant, and so it registers a new flavor in my mind when I respond this way. When I have a full night's sleep, 8-hour sleep, when I wake up, the next time I see the troll and that particular line of attack, my mind sees something that is very powerfully flavorful, and I don't feel bad anymore. I feel very good, and I can then engage any similar attacks in a very similar way, and makes the next trolls more easily huggable. So it's beyond desensitization. It's more like a life hack or something. You can try it at home.
So try troll hugging next time someone hates you online. We're getting close to the end. Is there any questions from the audience? There is one. Belma? 3? Okay, we'll be here until tonight. Yeah.
I mean, you probably got asked this a lot, but we saw the cases of where privacy builders got sentenced for building privacy tools, and once they become popular enough, so obviously referring to the case of Tornado Cache. So I'm curious, from perspective of engineer and builder, like how would you prevent, or what would you say to kind of other builders that they should not be afraid to build privacy tools? Like what would you suggest, and what's kind of your view on that?
Okay. Yeah, so in Taiwan, we invest in such tools, but we always build it as resilience technology, right? So the public transcript that I mentioned is stored on IPFS. We do DID wallets, ZK, and so on. But all these are public infrastructure. But we all know that these can also be used by people in autocratic regimes to protect their communication. We all know that if they want to assemble or organize something, I mean, it's in the public domain, they can just take a copy of the code and make sure that they hide their whereabouts and so on using such powerful technologies. So I think by taking a toolkit approach, but not prescribing any particular uses and making sure that it's general purpose enough, then the participation in the open source or free software system around such communications can be credibly neutral. And when you're credibly neutral, you're protected against such very specific charges. But it also makes sense then to make them sufficiently easily understandable, spreadable, and even carryable on a USB stick or StealthNet or whatever, and to make sure that people who actually are in adversarial situations can easily repurpose them, but with deniability. You don't need to say that you coach them in this. You just coach everyone in this.
Thanks. There was another question. Josh?
I would just add real quickly, like, as a software engineer building privacy tools, yeah, like shitty regulation is not great, right? And like building open source code doesn't make you a money transmitter by default. But I'd say like there are certain things you can proactively do to try to anticipate use cases. And I think like privacy pools, which is a project emerging out of the Tornado Cash incident where you can prove exclusion from like, hey, I am an address that did not interact with any sanctioned entities, and like taking a proactive regulation approach, I think can be a useful way to kind of get around, okay, like these tools can be used by anyone and they can be abused just like tools on the internet. So that could be one way to think about it.
Thanks.
This is for Glenn. Your point about the lack of need for individual privacy at an absolute level, and your example in particular about the first kiss that you share with somebody else, and if you share it with that other person, why should it not be shared with more than that one person? I think this is quite a controversial point in general. What do you, so like how would you...
Sorry, I wasn't saying it shouldn't be shared. I was saying it definitely should not be shared with others, just to be clear.
Oh.
I was definitely not saying it should be shared with others. I was saying that there's nothing that is private literally just to you.
Yeah.
Privacy is always social, and yet it's absolutely critical that it not spread beyond the social context for which it was intended.
Not overshare, but not unshare.
Right,
yeah.
Okay, so I actually thought you said that if you can share
No,
it with someone
absolutely
else.
not.
Right, okay.
100% not. No. The whole point I was trying to make was that privacy is absolutely critical, and yet it's always social, not individual. And so like, that's the paradox we have to live with.
So it's almost like you have to remove the technical aspects of distributing the privacy rather than just keeping it into an interpersonal, real world sort of.
It has to be socially contextual. Privacy is not about the individual. Privacy is about social groups.
But more about bringing that context into a technical setting where it can then be distributed.
Absolutely, and the usual contextual formulations all focus on the individual. And my claim is that that's completely impossible to achieve. It's not a meaningful concept. And yet at the same time, privacy in that socially contextual setting is absolutely critical. If we don't defend it, if we go in the direction that you thought I was going in, then literally you're completely erased. You do not exist as a human anymore. So it's absolutely critical that precisely that complexity that was hard to process, we find a way to live with that complexity, because we can't achieve the preservation of humanity and realism without living in that complexity and dealing with precisely how hard it is to get our hands around that.
Okay. Anyone? Yeah, one. Jeff?
Yep. Thank you very much for an excellent panel. I want to go back to Audrey's comment about the proof that someone is over 18, because it seems to come up all the time as an example, and I think it highlights something really important. Now, ISO 22739 defines identity as a set of attributes that distinguishes an entity in a context. And it's really important that we add that in a context term at the end. Now, this relates to what Glenn said about data being a network of relationships, and indeed, the fact that privacy does not mean signing one's name, but about not linking some of your attributes to other of your attributes. So going back to the matter of proving that someone is over 18, we face a tussle, a conflict of interest between the verifying party and the system operator. To prevent someone from presenting an over 18 credential on someone else's behalf, for example, some authorities insist upon binding the credential to a natural person, perhaps using a government-issued identifier or even biometrics. Something that NIST, which is the USA standard setting organization, defines as a higher level of identity assurance. Now, the problem of establishing this linkage is precisely the problem that we have with privacy. It creates a constellation of attributes from which individuals cannot escape. They're bound into that constellation, and they must use that constellation in their day-to-day lives. Now, when I walk into a pub or an office tower and flash a government-issued identifier to a human, I'm not worried, because the human will not remember, because the human has moral judgment, because the human has social context. All of these reasons prevent that human from logging my transaction into an infinite database of my profile. With computers, however, all bets are off. And of course, you can't trust what you can't verify about data not being used once they've been revealed. So are there some things that digital methods simply cannot do in a manner consistent with human rights, for which we need humans to verify instead? I know that we're all digital optimists here, but I want to throw a spanner in this. Thanks.
Yeah, if it's 15 lines of code on chain, people can probably verify that it is actually not logging everything that you did and making it a out of purpose thing. If it is just a term of service, makes it much harder. So I don't think there's anything intrinsically digital that makes it opaque. It is just we need to search for and choose for the more transparent ways to do that. And I don't think only the Taiwanese government can verify I'm over 18 years old, natural person. Anyone that I went to school with can also attest to that, and that I'm a person and not a goat of 18 years old or something, right? And so I promise to bring that into the conversation at some point. Right? So I think the point I'm making is that the more people that can attest, the higher the degree of web of trust becomes. So it's not just, you know, pretty good privacy aficionados, but anyone who consider this a norm. And with the Signal and many other open source technologies, I think the norm is slowly shifting. We're getting there.
Thank you very much. We're out of time, unfortunately, but round of applause for my panelists. Thank you. They'll probably be around, so whoever had a question didn't have time to ask it. We have to go on with the program. Thank you.
I won't make it too long. I know that you guys are waiting for lunch and then also want to mingle. Um, so, so maybe we can get started, or so we can get it started, right? Or No. I'm just saying like, so we can get it started, right? Okay. Yep. All right. So let's go ahead. So my name is Tu. I'm a co-founder at CEO at StableLab. I'm also BD lead at DeFi protocol called MakerDAO. But for this one, we're gonna talk mostly about DAO and governance. So let's get into it. So a lot of I would say people, when they talk about DAO, they like to say that this is something that really solves all the problems. But we have realized that, of course, it's not as simple as that. But we do get a lot of people who say they're like, okay, like, being a DAO can solve a lot of different issues from, let's say, token price and others. And we are saying that in reality, it is actually more difficult, right? Like a lot of different, let's say, DAOs, they just put the name DAO and expect to be decentralized. But in reality, it's not as simple as that. So there are more DAOs than ever, and then right now there are more DAOs every day. There are new ones coming up, and then we realize that there are a lot of issues with those DAOs, right? So we generally don't hear about how good DAOs are. We hear about how they have dramas and then how dysfunctional they are. In fact, generally people know DAOs for dramas they cause. And then at least that's considered as a good one because there are some DAOs that suffer from governance attacks. And this is something that we, of course, want to avoid. So for StableLab, we have contributed to over 25 different DAOs, and some of them are very large. And then we have contributed to more than 2,800 different votings. And our philosophy has been that we try to apply from the theory and then put into practice. So you can imagine that people on the practice, if you think this is like a, let's say, war, then there are people in the trenches who are actually fighting. And then there are people who give us, okay, maybe try it this way or others. And then we go there and try it in the governance. And then we come back to them and let them know how it worked, right? So maybe it didn't work well, or maybe it worked. And then, so for us, like, so through this, we can help to examine and then try to extract some of the good parts about those successful DAOs, and then try to experiment with it. And then, so the interesting part about today is that we want to kind of talk about some of those are not black and white, and a lot of it is about different doses. So to give an example, a lot of people talk about checks and balances. And then for checks and balances, for a lot of people say, well, accountability, and those are very important. And that is true. That a lot of these different proposals, they usually have a token holders that try to be, let's say, give accountability to it. But at the same time, a lot of issues has been that that's actually not generally what happens, right? Like a lot of DAOs, they don't have enough accountability, which has been the issue. And then we have seen, for example, a lot of different DAOs, they might, for example, have big grants, and then there's actually not a good way to try to enforce it. And then they give the money, and they don't know what happened to it. By the way, for this one, like we're gonna just go through quick because I kind of believe in having it, based on discussion. So it'll be more Q&A, and then just discuss more. And then at the same time, it's also possible that there might be too much accountability, which sounds very strange. But sometimes, if you have too much checks and balances, it can cause a lot of different gridlock, for the DAO. One of the good example I'd like to mention is from actually, MakerDAO. And then before the end game, for the process for real-world asset was quite long and pretty complex. So you actually had to go through, let's say, approval from different, domains at Maker. So you can imagine that not only do you have to go through one, but you have to go through many different checks. So in the end, it was actually very difficult for those to be part of real-world asset at Maker. So that was also a reason why the process itself had to change. So you can imagine that having this like too much can also cause troubles as well. Now, in terms of participation, we have seen that a lot of DAOs don't have enough people participating, which has been a big problem. So this is, for example, looking at Uniswap and looking at the voters. And you can see that the number of voters at Uniswap has been declining a lot. Now, the only reason why it's still functional is because they have delegates. So for delegates, because they get the voting power from all of those voters, although the total number of voters are decreasing, it's still functional, but of course it's not ideal. And it has been a big problem for a lot of DAOs where they don't see enough voters. Now, there are many reasons for such, including that there's high gas costs, as well as there's no real reward or compensation for those who participate in governance. But we have seen that this can be a big issue because when you have a very little participation, that also means that it's very difficult to know, like for example, the feedback regarding different proposals, as well as to ensure that whether those proposals are good or less bad. Now, it's also possible, for example, it has happened that some of those proposals, let's say that they go there and then they don't pass. And because people don't give feedback, they don't actually know why it's failing, right? It's almost like, let's say if you have a girlfriend and then she's mad at you, she doesn't tell you why she's mad at you, so you have to try to guess. But if there's a feedback on, let's say, why she's mad at you, that's probably easier, right? So similarly, at DAOs, having those people to participate, to give feedback, can be very crucial. Now, another interesting, I would say, expectation and also reality difference is that a lot of different protocols like to think that ideal DAO culture is where everybody participates. So, for example, it can be, let's say, team members, it can be token holders, it can be some random people on Twitter, and then they believe that the more people participate, the better. But in reality, it's different because you can also have an issue with too much participation because once again, it's not just about quantity, it's also about quality. So you can have people, for example, asking for different airdrops. They might go and try to give their feedback, which are actually not that productive, right? So a lot of people like to, make a joke that DAO is a bit like a boat that's sinking, that of course, like let's say there's a big issue you want to bring up, but then there are a lot of different people giving their feedback or their opinion, which maybe is not so crucial for DAO itself. And then you can also have an issue where, for example, this is from Lido DAO, and then basically, now it's a bit solved, but back then they made it very easy for people to put up proposals. The issue has been that because it's very easy for people to put up proposals, it also meant that they can put up proposals that are malicious, or let's say are bad. So a lot of those are actually scam proposals, but they couldn't, they had to manually basically close it, right? Because at least based on their parameter, there was actually no way to enforce it. Now, there's also issue with the transparency as well. Now, we are, for example, familiar with a lot of the issues that has happened over the past few years, whether that's, let's say, FTX to Celsius to, let's say, Terra. And then having that kind of lack of transparency also means that, for example, whether that's money or let's say this kind of management or others are difficult to track. And that also means that it's more likely to fall into, let's say, misuse and others. Now, this also happens from the DAO level as well. Our team also has recognized, as well as some others, talk about how a lot of governance is a governance theater where people like to act as decentralized. And I think that there's some truth to it as well, where like in reality, although a lot of DAOs or let's say foundations and teams, they say they want to be decentralized, but in reality, they are also a bit worried or unhappy with what's happening because a lot of times what DAOs do might be different from what they want, right? But it is also important to ensure that there's this transparency to ensure that, let's say, they want to be more decentralized, then actually it shows rather than just having it as this kind of theater. Now, you can also have an issue with maybe too much transparency as well, because the thing is that if you're, let's say, DAO, and you have a complete transparency, it's also difficult to have certain kind of engagement. So you can imagine a case, let's say, that you want to have this very big secret deal with a very big partner, and they ask you to sign an NDA. Well, then can you keep it, let's say, secret? Or if it's like very transparent, then you might have to share it, right? So although it sounds like very in theory, it does happen. And then for example, for some of the DAOs, like let's say MakerDAO, because it doesn't have a company, it does come to some of those issues where like, okay, who's the one that has to sign it, and those kind of issues, right? And then also, if you have too many less transparency and too many updates, then it's also possible that it's difficult for people to actually keep updated because there are just too many updates, and then there's like too much information, and there's a limited time that people can spend on, right? So in reality, some of the transparency might have to be sacrificed for some of the efficiency. And then it also happens that if you have too much transparency, it can actually lead to more misuse of funds or others as well. So one of the good examples that happened with MakerDAO was that so before Endgame, what happened was that because everybody could see how much people are getting paid, for example, you can still go and see how much I'm getting paid and how much everybody at Maker is getting paid. So you can imagine that, let's say that you're somebody from, let's say, Croatia, and be like, hey, those guys from California, they're getting paid twice as more. Are you saying that I'm not as talented as that guy from California? Probably not. They're both talented, but then a lot of times, when you do salary negotiation, it's based on regions, right? But it's also very unpopular for people to be like, oh, because you're, let's say, based in Europe, you guys have a happier life and you guys have more sunlight, so you guys can get paid less. That doesn't really work, right? So what happened was that because of that, actually people wanted more and more salary, and then you can imagine that some of the people were like, hey, I saw that they're getting paid this much, we also want to get paid more. So it became this kind of race for people to ask for more salary, and it became very unpopular to not approve it, because nobody wants to say no to people saying, hey, because our colleagues are getting paid more, we deserve to get paid more. So that's why you saw that although income has been going down, the expense was keep going up. Now, once the ending came, that of course changed a lot of different things, but you can imagine that having that kind of too much transparency can cause this kind of sense of unfairness as well. I mean, there's a reason why, for example, if you're working at a more traditional company, you probably don't know what your colleagues are making unless your HR is really drunk and tells you about it, possible, or your colleagues. So, there's, you can imagine there's no HR at DAOs, so that happens. Now, so in summary, we talk about some of the challenges that DAOs are facing. Now, we've been pioneering a lot of this and then have been researching quite a bit. But there's also misunderstanding, like what is perfect DAO? There's no such thing as like having like perfect DAO. It's just more about having a balance between extremes. And then we just want to avoid some of those extremes. Now, that's it for the presentation itself. Now, as I shared earlier, I'd like to have a section where you guys might have questions or discussion points, because once again, it's DAO. I know that a lot of people talk about DAOs, but at the same time, it's something that will be better with the discussion. So if you have any questions, maybe you can raise your hand or ask. Also, I see some familiar faces. Hi. All right. Anybody have any questions? Also, don't worry. I'm not going to judge you. We're here for learning anyway. Okay. Yes, Karina. Yes. What question do you have? Okay, so the question was, okay. Okay, so the question was, okay, so based on the challenges that DAOs face, what kind of model would we recommend them to take? And I think that really depends on DAOs. Well, the first thing is that we tell a lot of teams that, so a lot of them come to us and ask that they want to be a DAO, and our first question is that, are you sure about that, that you want to be a DAO? And then the second question we usually ask is, are you sure about your first answer? Because a lot of foundation and teams, they say they want to be a DAO, but they actually don't really want to be a DAO, or they don't really understand what DAO kind of means. So our recommendation is like, if you're a kind of, let's say, team or foundations or that kind of structure where you want to at least be more hands-on in the first type, we generally recommend you to try more council model. So synthetics and others, they are in a model where you have a kind of council model. The benefit of council model is that you don't have to engage with governance directly per se, because you can, for example, invite, or let's say the community can have people who've been committed. So it's also easier to coordinate, right? Like it's easier to coordinate, let's say, like 7 people or 9 people who are leading the governance than trying to negotiate with or discuss with like hundreds or potentially thousands of people who are mostly like, let's say, users. So that's one. Now for others, of course, the traditional methods, they have their benefits as well. But I would definitely recommend at least having some delegate program, because even if you're, let's say, a big investor, generally they don't really want to engage in governance for long term. So it's more important that you have a delegate program where those investors then can delegate to people they trust, or let's say delegates they trust, for them to engage. Now that's another way. They're having some interesting experiments happening, but the reason why we don't hear about it is because a lot of them don't really work well. Governance itself doesn't really work well. And that's the thing, is like, if governance works well, people don't really talk about it. That's why we usually hear about the dramas. But yeah, that has been something that has been explored. So either console or traditional model, or there can be some experiments, yes. All right, anybody has any questions? You can also tell me that why you think that DAOs are useless, or that's fine too. I hear that quite a lot. But yeah, anybody else? Okay, yes.
All right, yeah, one question. Would you think that DAOs is at the moment the best way to run projects, like the decentralized projects, or do you think this will develop into something totally different?
Okay, so the question was that whether I think that DAOs are best way to run decentralized organizations. I would say DAOs are probably the worst form, but that's the only one of the at least tested form, is I think how I would like to put it, because DAOs can have a lot of issues, and we have in this scene there are a lot of DAOs that, for example, either they become dysfunctional or they even get attacked. But at the same time, if you're in a situation where you want to minimize a lot of the trust factor, then of course you want to have it, let's say, DAO format. Now, the difficult part is that as we talk about governance, a lot of people like to think like, okay, governance is this, but governance, if you think about it, is very broad, right? Like even in traditional, let's say, politics, or let's say either corporate or let's say policymakers, politics and those governance are very, very broad ideas, right? So governance by itself is decision making. So you can kind of imagine that even if you're in a situation where, let's say, it's DAO, even if you want to make it that like, okay, we want to make it into a DAO where, let's say, it's decentralized, at the end of the day, you need to trust somebody, right? Or at least you need to trust the system. And sure, like there are people who will be like, hey, but we made it based on smart contracts, so everything is perfect. Well, then, A, you need to trust the smart contract is secure, and two is then, well, then who's gonna watch the watchers? That becomes the question about, okay, well, if you have somebody that helps to guard the system, then somebody needs to watch them, and somebody needs to watch them too, and it just becomes turtles all the way down. So once again, going back to it, it's like there's no perfect answer, but at least based on the ways they try to be more decentralized, it is the one of the form that has been at least tested that can work. Of course, it's gonna fail most of the times, and that's fine. That's just the nature of the, I would say, industry. All right, any others? Oh, by the way, I know that I'm being very skeptical about DAOs and others, but I'm not that skeptical. We're just saying that, like, if you want to be a DAO, don't. But if you actually are a DAO, then we need to talk more to try to at least fail less. That's kind of our idea. All right, anybody have any other questions? You can also give me some recommendations for food and split as well. That's also something that we can talk about. Can be decided through DAO's decisions. All right. Anybody else has any questions? Okay, well, I mean, at least it was not something like any DAO that we should invest in or something like that, because I cannot respond to that. If I knew that, I wouldn't be here, right? So, all right. Because there's still like 10 minutes, maybe we'll take 1 or 2 more questions, and then we can leave you guys to enjoy lunch. Any other questions? Okay, so that's a very interesting question. You sound like our investor at this point. So she asked, okay, what's the goal of Stable Lab itself? So Stable Lab, as we kind of described, like we are contributing to quite many DAOs. The reason why we started doing governance in the first place was actually not, like we didn't start doing governance, so we actually started as a more investment company. So we invest in different entities, and then we ask them, okay, we asked our portfolio companies, what do you need help with? And then they say 2 things. One was they need help with the business development. They say that they want us to connect with this investor, this company. And then they say they need help with governance because they try to set up DAO, but there are not many companies that work on it. So that's why we start to do governance. And then because our team, like me and my co-founder, we have been doing governance at Maker. So we had a lot of PTSD from doing it. So we were like, okay, might as well do it. So we started to do it. So for us, it's of course like governance is something that's very, I would say, unexplored. And we want to explore more to ensure that many other organizations, they do want to implement such can learn from some of the mistakes and case studies, and we help to implement at least, once again, there's no perfect DAO, but at least like reduce the error to ensure that it's more efficient and also ensure that there's less drama. But at the same time, dramas are the best part of DAO. That's why you don't need to subscribe to Netflix if you're in DAO governance. It's perfect, right? But yeah, so that's kind of the answer. All right, yes, your gentleman. Yep, sure. So this is more related to, so the question was about MakerDAO and the endgame, and then the drama with the, well, I shouldn't say drama, just discussion about that. So for Maker, for endgame itself, there are actually quite a lot of changes, but actually one of, I guess I can go back. No, I cannot go back. Okay, so other way, like one of the issue with MakerDAO has been that as it became DAO itself, because before Maker used to have a foundation, that's where I also used to work, but then after it became dissolved, it truly became a DAO. And then when it became like that, then it became that like a lot of the decisions and also initiative need to be moved fast, but it was very difficult. Because once again, if you're a DAO and there's like checks and balances everywhere, it's very difficult to proceed with it. Plus, of course, there were also the discussion about how to ensure that, let's say, Maker is able to innovate fast enough. So we're kind of in the gridlock, and the endgame helped to resolve that, basically having a new initiative, including some of the ways for Maker to expand further. As you know, people sometimes call us the boomer fight because Maker is very slow. But I must admit that at the same time, there also has been some of our strengths. But we also recognize that Maker right now, we are in the world where there are many different protocols and also many different ideas. So in terms of the Solana thing was basically discussion about potentially Maker having its own chain, especially for governance aspect. Now to give you some reasoning behind it was basically in case if, for example, Maker actually has to come to a, so to give you a context for those who are not familiar with Maker, Maker is a stablecoin project. And then we have cryptocurrency as a collateral. Now, in case, for example, Maker decides to shut down because of, let's say, hack or some kind of extreme situation, if you're on, let's say, another chain, let's say Ethereum or others, like currently, it is actually quite difficult to ensure that, let's say, this shutdown is implemented quite smoothly. And we have seen that as well. But if there's, for example, on-chain, at least on the governance front, then it's easier. Plus, also, with the end game, a lot of the idea was that basically you get to interact quite a lot. And then a lot of those interactions in traditional, let's say, East mainnet would cost a lot of gas. So it was seen as maybe it's possible to have a kind of new, model. So there was some discussion about potentially like, forking Solana to use their model. But once again, it's not things that's like confirmed. In fact, Maker is open to different ideas and exploring. So Maker never really committed to, let's say, use Solana. Now, in terms of drama about it, of course, there's because Maker is a very old project. You can imagine that there are different ideas on how Maker should move forward. But at the same time, like now that more and more people have a similar voice to ensure that it's moving in the right direction. But once again, right is very subjective term, so I would say the last bet direction is probably the correct way. All right, any other questions? Okay, we have, I think, like 5 minutes, so I think they can be a last question, and then just let you guys go. Okay. Well, I mean, it seems like there's no more questions, so I think I'll just leave you guys to enjoy lunch and then enjoy the nice weather of Split. Once again, thank you so much for coming, and if you have any questions, just send me a message. You can also tell me if I should be less funny or more funny. I appreciate both sense of humor, so, thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. To those who made it after lunch, I hope you had a nice meal, and I hope other people will join us in a moment. So I'm going to tell you a story, and you probably wonder what dragons have to do with public goods funding. So that's a fair question. I will assume that you know what public goods are and what public goods funding is. To summarize, public goods are the goods that defined by economists as non-rivalrous and non-excludable, which means that when one person consumes a public good, it doesn't detract it from other person consuming the same public good, and there is no entity that can stop other people or entities consuming the same public good. So the classical example of public goods are open source software, protocol upgrades like Ethereum, security, peace are all the examples of public goods. Now, to the story. So dragons are these magical creatures that are found in all kinds of stories and mythologies. So everybody loves dragons, and if you look into crypto, you will be able to find some dragons in this space as well. So in our organization, we define dragons as projects that received substantial funding, especially during the ICO period. And while their treasury grew over time, they were sitting on this capital as dragons are sitting on a pile of gold, because that's what dragons do. They sit on a pile of gold and they give it away. And these projects usually have substantial influence on shaping direction and potential of the crypto ecosystem. If we take this analogy one step further, we can see modern-day dragons everywhere. Modern tech corporations and hedge funds are the dragons that shape the algorithms and govern our digital interactions and dominate the markets. The algorithms are usually closed source. You don't know how the social networks work. You don't know how the matching mechanisms work. The hedge funds have access to more information than retail. They have better access to computational technology that allows them to execute trades at the faster pace and doesn't allow some retail traders to compete with them. So the stock market and other markets are not in a fair position for ordinary people. There are other dragons who are just wealthy individuals who wield significant influence over industries, and they're not necessarily bad. They, as their mythical counterparts, can be self-serving and benevolent and help the industry move forward. So let me take a step back and talk about something called financial nihilism. So recently there was this conversation in Twitter and online about this term, and how it relates to crypto is a lot of people in crypto, they are here for get-rich-quick mentality. And it's easy to dismiss it as something that's harmful or useless, but if we look deeper, there is a context. The behavior is a response to systemic economic challenges. If you look at the statistics, you will realize that young people are in much tougher position than previous generations. The millennials have much smaller amount of capital or real estate than Generation X had in their age. And if you go even further back to baby boomers, they would have even, baby boomers had even bigger amount of real estate and capital at the same age. And this is all the results of economic challenges and the crisis that happened in 2008. And so financial nihilism is this idea that goes hand in hand with idea of populism, which basically the underlying idea of it, if the system doesn't work for me, I'm going to do something else. And that's what populism is about. It talks to people, promises them some promised land. And financial nihilism is a way for people to get out of poverty because they don't see a way to start a family or buy a house just working, they gamble. They go in crypto and they invest in volatile assets, they invest in matic assets, hoping for 10x return or 20x returns. And it's important to understand this mentality, not just to dismiss it. So degens embrace risk and innovation. All the dragons, they hold the majority of the capital. The value originally comes from the community as a signal. That's something we want you to build. And then treasury grows over time in the hands of these dragons. They embody the spirit of innovation and risk-taking. You probably heard about what happened 3 years ago when the stock market with the stock called GameStop, where it went very much up. The problem with that, if you're not familiar, a lot of hedge funds were shorting this stock because they thought this company would basically die, and then they mismanaged the company to destroy those companies and don't even return the borrowed money that they used to short this position. And there was this Wall Street Bets subreddit where people were discussing the investments, and it turned into this anti-establishment movement where people were investing against the hedge funds. They were betting against Wall Street. And if you watch a movie called Dumb Money, or you can watch a documentary on Netflix, they actually, in a way, won. They were able to show the power of the community to Wall Street, and they were able to change the rules of the game because they couldn't win the game of the Wall Street. And in crypto, we have these degens who wear this name almost as a shield, saying, yes, I'm a degen, so what? Doesn't mean I don't deserve a chance for a better future. And they embrace it, although it comes from this kind of idea of degenerative behavior, but it all comes down to chaos, and the chaos that just can lead us possibly to new trends and paradigm shifts. So, okay. So degens are risk takers with remarkable coordination potential, and dragons are entities that hold significant capital. We want to create capital-efficient mechanisms and games to engage with degens while simultaneously funding socially impactful ventures and public goods. And on top of that, we can use collective intelligence to signal impactful projects and ideas through quadratic funding and similar mechanisms. Right now, we can see the rise of Web3 social media on platforms like Forecaster. All this information is public and open, which allows us to analyze this information and reward the people who create a positive impact. But also the problem with the public goods funding space is people generally don't care. They don't understand why they should care. And degens are the people who are trying to, they're kind of the moving force of this industry. A lot of this is speculation, but this is the choice that our generation is making. And they're making this choice because they want to get out of poverty. They want to make sure that they have sustainable future. So we need to meet people where they are and use this remarkable coordination potential to kind of slightly move this energy in a different direction. So now, I think it works from the third time. Okay. I don't even want to comment on this. This is the quote that is old as the world. With great power comes great responsibility. When you have a lot of power, when you have a lot of capital, you have great responsibility. And right now we are in this place where, because of the network effects and market changes in the immersion of new technologies, a lot of tech companies, they have enormous capital. And these are the dragons. These are the dragons of the tech space. There are the dragons in the crypto space. And obviously, they need to recognize their responsibility and need to take action to move into the positive direction. Okay. Okay, okay. So the first dragon is born. Golem Foundation is a project that has a large treasury from a successful token swap in 2016. What we're doing is we're staking 100,000 ETH, which is, well, when I was writing this presentation was around 300 million. Right now it's closer to $400 million. And what we're doing, we're creating a renewable, sustainable funding stream. It's important to recognize that donation-based public goods funding is not sustainable. So we need mechanisms that create sustainable streams, and capital is one way to achieve this. So we stake this capital, which generates around 1,000 ETH per quarter or 4,000 ETH per year, and we use that to fund public goods. We create a product called Octant. Octant's mission is to create the first self-sustaining global public goods funding ecosystem that balances common good and financial empowerment. And we believe this is possible to create win-win scenarios. Okay. Is there like problem? Okay. So a little bit about mechanics of Octant and how it works. So Octant runs in recurring public goods funding rounds called epochs and rewards user participation. As you can see on this diagram, Golem Foundation stakes capital in Ethereum proof-of-stake consensus protocol that generates rewards and send them to the Octant product. The distribution of funds from staking is divided between match rewards that goes to public goods funding projects and user rewards. The user participation goes through GLM token time locking. So these are the users that are eligible to participate in the system and get rewarded in taking an action into the public goods funding space. So the idea of this is participant, they can claim user rewards or give them to public goods or give the percentage of the user rewards to the public goods. The difference, though, is when you claim your user rewards, you just can take them and go home. But if you decide to give away part of that, donate or invest in public goods, your leverage is different. So if you decide to give away 1%, because of the way how mechanisms work, it gets matched with, for example, 20x. So if you choose to fund a project like Protocol Guild, for example, and you give 1 ETH, 20 ETH from the matched fund gets matched with your 1 ETH, and this project will get 21 ETH, which gives you, as a user, a lot of power to decide what kind of projects you want to fund. And obviously, nobody is stopping you from just taking the money and going away. This is an experiment that we have been running, and we observe different levels of participation and different levels of donating to public goods. The biggest part of this capital obviously comes from the matched funds. The projects that get funded, they are chosen by the community. There is like a community voting process that defines what project is going to be funded. Okay, so what we achieved so far. Up until now, we have been running Octant for around 10 months. So we had 3 epochs, 3 rounds, 3 months each. The total budget was around 2,400 ETH, which was, at the moment of writing this presentation, around $7 million. The total budget, they distributed between users and the public goods projects, is 1,250 ETH, which was, again, at the moment of writing, around $3.8 million. Public goods received 840 ETH, and users received the half of it, approximately 420 ETH. We funded around 29 projects. Some of those projects, they are recurring, so it means they were in the first epoch and they were going into the second epoch. Some projects were just in one of the epochs, and it's important to note that, I didn't say it on the previous slide, that this is not a passive income for users. They need to participate, so they need to come at least once in 3 months and express their preference. Whether their preference is I'm going to take my money and go home, or my preference is I'm going to take 95% of the money and go home, and 5% are going to go to the project that I chose. We also ran impactful and aligned community rounds. There was round with Shi-Fi Project and Green Pill Network, which allowed to onboard some of the people into the public good space and kind of tell the story why it's important. You can see the logos of some of the projects that are funded. Most of them are from the Ethereum ecosystem and crypto space, which is logical because we are in the crypto space. There's a Tor browser that is like general internet public good project. If you're interested to see more projects, you can scan the QR code in the end and see them on our app. So that's where we are right now. This is Octant V1, and Octant V2 is something we're working on right now. The working title is Degens and Dragons. So we want to empower more dragons, more people with the capital to create efficient mechanism for active provision of capital towards public goods projects. We want to create more sustainable funding streams. We want to empower this project to use their tokens and their capital to combine it together and fund more public goods, and recognize that if we create this at larger scale, we can create much larger impact. We want to mobilize the existing community of, let's say, degens who are right now mostly interested in financial gains, which is understandable, but they also want to have fun and enjoy this process. I was talking about like Wall Street bets before, and I talked to some people who participated in this movement 3 years ago. What they told me was that like that was the most fun I had in my life, because that's a part of our life journey, to enjoy the process, enjoy our life. And I think we should enjoy our life. I think we should make people financially empowered and maybe move this a little bit, also some of the energy towards thinking about bigger problems we are facing right now. Yes, so we need to extend existing mechanism of preferences aggregation through mobilizing the degen community and tap into that potential. So to summarize, I'd like to say that we are living in very like unprecedented times, and we are facing a lot of catastrophes and potential challenges. Like if you even look at the last 5 years, there are so many shifts happen, and any day, any week, any month, a new technology can come up that changes the weight of powers. A new disease, a new war, a bank run. All of these events happened in the last 5 years, and they unfortunately probably will happen more and more and at a faster pace. Even if we just look at what happened with COVID, if we look what happened with the recent wars. So we need to recognize that unused capital shouldn't just stay and be stagnant in bank accounts. We need to understand that we all have the responsibility to think bigger and dream bigger, and realize that it's in our hands how the world will look like in 5, 10 to 20 years. So if the approach of mobilizing the capital done at scale, it can create significant results. There is this saying that public goods are good in our space, and I agree with that. But I also think that public goods are bold. Public goods don't ask for our attention, they demand our attention. And there is a way to connect people to this notion, because generally people think about public goods as something not related to them, something the governments take care of, like parks and schools, and that's not about me. But actually we all consume that, and what your like private capital or a car or a house gonna give you if your heaven's on fire. So But I'm optimistic, and I think we have a lot of good projects in the space that experiment, and at some point we'll be able to export these ideas outside of crypto as well. Unleash the dragon. Thank you. Happy to take any questions. Yeah.
I didn't understand where the three gens. Yeah, sorry. I didn't understand where I understood the dragon part of it, which is the large unused ETH from the ICOs.
Right.
But I haven't understood where the degens fit in exactly in this entire model and in this picture. It was a good thing to connect both these groups, but I didn't get the exact way that they're connected.
So if we look at the V1 at the current representation, you can think about the community that right now receive the rewards also as a degen community in a way, right? It's like the first nascent iteration because these are the people who are just who are interested in rewards. So we already incentivizing them to look into the public goods projects because that's the journey they go through when they claim their rewards. We're saying, hey, this is your reward for being the valuable community member, and these are the projects we are funding. If you want to, as you withdraw the funds, give them to public goods. But that was like what we were working on already before. What we're looking towards to is this new coordination potential that happens in Farcaster that we can utilize to capture users' attention towards public goods and create this interplay between degens and dragons. So you can think about it even as a game. We don't know exactly how it's going to look like, what kind of mechanics is going to be there. It's an evolution. But we want to create a story that is compelling to users, that incentivizes them to play the game, whether it's in the social interactions on Farcaster, through different new technologies that we already have, like frames, et cetera, that allows people to take certain action, and over time move it towards more interactive experiences where people present it at some point through the educational materials, through the choice to who to vote on, like what projects to fund, to express their opinion, and in this way kind of capture the collective intelligence. So that's kind of like the democratic part of it.
Hi there, my name's Paul Imsia. I'm on the board of the Dive Foundation. We've been looking at these sort of questions for quite a while now. The question I have for you, though, is regarding the reporting and the monitoring and the SLAs and all this other good stuff to make sure that the contributions by dragons to degens and vice versa actually adds value to the protocol. There's been decades of research done on public-private projects in the public sector and the government sector. So I'm just wondering what sort of processes and tools are you using to make sure that some of these projects are value accretive to the protocol?
Valuable to which protocol exactly? Like to our protocol or?
Wherever, I mean, you're talking about alliances between degens and dragons. If there's going to be, if you're supporting projects, how are you making sure that the contributions are actually value accretive to whichever strategy or objectives you're trying to reach?
Yeah, that's a very valid question. So when we started this, we just create like an open survey for people to come and join, and we started funding the projects that kind of generally recognized as they created value in this ecosystem. Projects like Gitcoin, for example, we were just streaming some of funding to them, or projects like DAO Drops, Protocol Guild, and that's the first thing that we've done. Right now, we're working on metrics, so we are talking to the project and asking them what kind of metrics they think they should be measured with, because the first 2 iterations were basically just giving money away and seeing what happens, because we didn't have a reliable way to measure this. And a lot of the projects that received the funding were based on trust. Like the first 10 projects that received funding, we talked to those people, we met them in person, we looked them in the eye, we analyzed and studied what they were doing. So the Protocol Guild, for example, is the project that funds Ethereum protocol development. You probably know this, and they have like a 4-year vesting contract, smart contract. So we met the people who created this, and we assume that this is going to create positive externalities. Some of the other projects, like Hypercert Foundation, is the same. So this is a very hard problem, and in our next iteration, we want to create like a metrics garden, similar to what Optimism is doing, in order to measure better how the funds are spent.
One question from my side. Thanks, Artem, for presentation. So, how do you do fundraising? How do you create some kind of a campaign, or you just reach out to potential donors, or how does it look like this three funding rounds that you did? How does it look like?
So the funding comes from staking rewards. So we don't need to raise funds. We have a capital that we plug into Ethereum proof of stake consensus protocol that generates returns. The 35% of these returns go into the matched funding. So that's everything that goes to the public goods projects. Another part, which is like there is a mathematical formula that calculates the user participation and user rewards. And so that part goes to the users. And then they, from these funds, they decide who to fund and how to move the match funding. So we don't need to do any fundraising. It's the sustainable like mechanism that generates the, let's say, a revenue stream and funnels it into the public goods funding project. I don't know if I answered your question, but yeah, that's how it works. Okay, I'm on time, so thanks everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hi everyone. So today we're going to talk about prediction markets. So will the war in Ukraine stop in 2024? Who will win the US election? What will be the inflation in the Eurozone in 2025? So all of those questions are unknown and we can't really know the answer of those questions. However, we can get some market-based estimates of those. So let's take this example prediction market. Will the war in Ukraine stop in 2024? What we can do, we can put some token, for example, some stable coin, into the prediction market. And now we get two tokens. One yes token, which will redeem for one DAI if the war stops, and one no token, which will redeem for one DAI if the war doesn't stop. So now those outcomes are tradable, and the value of the token on the market is going to give you the probability of those events happening. So for example, if the yes token is trading at 20 cents, that will mean that there is a 20% chance of the war stopping in 2024. We can also try to estimate values instead of just outcomes. So for the inflation, we can ask what will be the inflation in 2025, and we can set up a range. So for example, from 0 to 10%. Now we can also put a DAI, and we will get one up DAI and one down DAI. So if the inflation is at the lower bound or lower, so here 0 or less deflation, so the down token will redeem. If it's higher than the upper bound, so in this case 12%, which is higher than the 10% upper bound, the up token will redeem. But if it's in the middle, both tokens will redeem proportionally. So for example, if the inflation is at 8%, the down token will redeem for 20 cents, and the up token will redeem for 80 cents. And we can also find estimate. So if we assume that there is negligible probabilities of the value of the inflation not being between 0 and 10%, and the up token trades at 70 cents, that will mean that there is an estimated 7% inflation that will happen in 2025. We can even do better. We can use the token that we got in a previous market and put those back into another market. So here we have this example, which was given by Gnosis, who created the conditional token framework. Will Elon Musk step down from Tesla? Yes, no. So we put some DAI. Now we have a yes token and a no token. But now we can ask another question. Will the Tesla stock be above 300? And we put this yes DAI into this new market. And now we have a token which would redeem if Elon Musk steps down and the price of Tesla stock is above 300. So why is that very interesting is that now we can do conditional probabilities. So we can look at the price of the token yes and above in respect to the yes token. And if this token is worth, let's say, 0.4 yes token, that will mean that if Elon Musk steps down, there is a 40% chance of the Tesla stock price being above 300. We're going to ask, okay, how do we resolve this market? How does the chain know this market? So if you know me, I'm one of the founders of Kleros, so we already have the answer for that. So we let anyone answer those questions using reality. And if people believe that the current answer is wrong, they can either escalate in reality or go to Kleros. And if they go to Kleros, we'll have some juror which will rule on this market and vote on what was the correct outcome. So this happened in the previous election, where you had mainly two sides. So no one was arguing that Trump won, but you had some people who argued that Trump lost, and some other people who argue, well, it's undetermined because he did not admit he lost and he's intending some legal challenges, so we don't really know. And we should split 50-50 the underlying tokens. So the ruling was that Trump lost the election, which nowadays seems more or less obvious, but it was not really that obvious, specifically in the US 4 years ago. Now, let's look at some of the issues that we have with prediction market. The most common issue is liquidity. So first, we have an opportunity cost. So if, for example, I wanted to make a prediction market on will there be some human living on Mars in 2040, well, those tokens, they will be locked for a long time, and they will have inflation, so I will lose a lot of money, even if I win the prediction market because of inflation. Another problem is the chicken and the egg problem. So you have no liquidity. Since you have no liquidity, you have no liquidity provider, because the liquidity provider get themselves some profit out of the spread when they are trading up and down. And since you have no trader, you have no liquidity, and you have this chicken and the egg problem. And another very big problem in prediction market is what is often referred to impermanent loss, which is not really well called because most of the time the loss is permanent. And in prediction market, tokens, they tend to go to 0 or to 1. They go to 1 if the outcome happens, and they go to 0 if the outcome does not happen. So it's even worse than in most liquidity providing. So first, how to solve the opportunity cost. This one we can use money Lego. So instead of using a token which is just a stable or well-known crypto, we can use some underlying token which may be yield-bearing. So in this example, we can use SDAI or STETH. So this way, the underlying token will continue to accrue some yield, and this means that markets, which can take years to resolve, can become viable. Now, how do we solve the chicken and the egg problem? Well, often when we want some people to do something, a good way to make them do it is pay them. So here what we can do, we can provide liquidity incentive with yield farming to start, and this way people can provide liquidity initially, and hopefully we can kick out a good flywheel. But this is not sustainable. You can't just make magic internet money to subsidize your prediction market all the time. So on the long term, we want to find information seekers, which are people who want to know some information and are ready to pay for it. So for example, if you are a real estate company, you may want to know if this particular area is safe, and so you can make some prediction market on natural disasters. If you are providing some DeFi insurance, you may want to know if a protocol is likely or not to be hacked. So you may also pay a bit to subsidize this market, and now you can price your insurance product. Another way where information seeker may want to subsidize prediction market is when they have some information that they know, but they want to convince other people of this information. So an example would be, will Russia attack Ukraine? The US knew about it, but they could not really convince people. But now if they made a prediction market, people could see, okay, there is a 90% chance of this happening, and so the world could be better prepared. So yeah, so the goal would be to start this flywheel. First, you have yield farming, which start the flywheel. Then you get liquidity. Because you get liquidity, you get traders, either fund traders, which may lose money on average, but are mainly there to have fun. And then serious traders, which will really look into deep into the matters and give good predictions. So this will give good prediction for information seekers who may want to also subsidize liquidity. And also overall, you have an ecosystem, so you also have a good feedback on the price of the token, which can mean even more liquidity incentives. So the goal is to start the flywheel. The revelation loss. So you can see this example of an order book given by liquidity providers. So you have all those sell orders and all those buy orders. So if you're lucky, you just get someone taking your sell order, and then someone taking your buy order, and if it keeps happening, or well, you make money out of the spread. But now what happens when suddenly the result of the market is known? So let's say the war in Ukraine stops, Putin said he will stop the operation. Well, now everyone knows that the price is 1. But you have all of those tokens in this order book at way less than 1. So the guy with the first is just going to buy all of those. The first one to manage to get a TX happening here. It's like real life MEV, let's say it. Yeah, that's done at the expense of the liquidity providers. And here the liquidity provider will lose 1 token of value because of selling a lot of tokens which now everyone knows it's worth 1 at less than 1. So how can we solve that? We can solve that by mixing AMM and auction system. So we can make an AMM. Here, we don't need to use a constant product. We can do something a bit simpler because the maximum price is 1. So we can do a linear AMM. Except when you buy, you can't directly buy it. It starts an auction. So here, let's say you buy it at the price is 0.0, and now the price is going to go to 0.1, that's slippage, and so the price will be the area under the curve, that's what you will need to pay. Except you don't necessarily pay that because it starts an auction, and someone can overbid you. And if they overbid you, that means that they would have paid more, and that's more money for the liquidity provider. And in this case, if the result is known, the auction is going to settle very close to 1. While in the other cases, most often no one will overbid you, and it will just have taken 1 hour for your order to be executed. Application, what can we do with prediction market? Well, we already talked a lot about political betting, and this tends to be more or less the part of prediction market which is maybe solved today and efficient today, because it's very popular. A lot of people are interested by politics and elections. You don't really have the revelation loss issue because you know when the election will happen, so you can just withdraw the liquidity beforehand, and that gives some good insight for businesses if they want to go in a particular country, and good insight for other government if they want to predict how other governmental actors may respond in the future. But we can do something way more crazy, way more interesting. For example, we could set up a food and drug markets. So what could we do? We could have some drugs, and some people may believe that this drug may save people, while some other people may say, yeah, it may be a bit dangerous. We have to be cautious about that. So we're going to do a study. We're going to make a control group. They're not going to get the drugs. We're going to make a group where they're going to get the drugs. And at the end of the study, we will look at which group has the highest amount of survivors. And if you have more survivors in the drug-taking groups, that's good evidence that the drug is good. But the issue is that it takes time, and in the meantime, some people may die. So you can see here an example of people who say that they die because of regulation preventing them from taking drugs. Maybe initially it may be hard to have most nation-states do that, but you have a pretty nice movement right now, initiated by Balaj, of making network state, or special economic zones, or special regulatory zone, which may be way more open to those kind of ideas. Another example would be for topics which are highly politicized. So I don't know much about Croatia, but in US and now maybe in Western Europe, you tend to have huge debate on children transitioning gender pretty early. And it's very hard to get any insight on that, because you already have two sides, and it's very politicized, and it's very hard to know which information is correct. And myself, I don't even know, and I don't even have any opinion on that, because I can't trust anyone. So what we could do, we could make a study, take a lot of children which are transitioning, and maybe 10 years later, we can ask, okay, did you regret this decision or not? And now we can make a market. So now you can have some insight beforehand that people who may want to transition may want to look before making their choice. And so this way they can have informed opinion for making life-altering decision. Because it's pretty important, because, well, if they change gender while they shouldn't, that's pretty bad for their mental health. And if they don't do it early enough, it tends to be less successful in the future, so that's also pretty bad. So that's very important to know if it tends to be a good thing medically or not. And this way we can put something back into the scientific domain instead of the political domain. Footarchy, so the idea of footarchy is vote on values and bet on belief. So what could be value? So it's some metrics you may want to optimize. If you're a crypto project, that could be the price of your token. If you are a state, that could be a happiness metric. Maybe ask people if they are happy, look at the GDP, look at the overall health of your population, and now you get a metric that you want to optimize. So people still vote on the metric, but now they don't vote on what to do to get to these metrics. But to get to these metrics, people are going to make some proposal, they're going to open markets, and if those markets give conditionally some improvement over the metric, we implement the action, and if not, we don't implement the action. So that will be also a new form of governance, which can be interesting for crypto project and also for those upcoming network states. Now we can look at AI markets. So currently, most of the prediction market they tend to be consumed by human, or at least most of the volume is consumed by human. But we can also have AI making prediction. And in particular, we can do that where you only have a few microseconds and you are trading very, very low amounts, like think less than a cent. So currently you have a lot of AIs that you use in your daily life, even if you don't really know it. So if you are looking on social media, you will have some AIs that will try to predict which content you will like. When you are making some search, they are trying to predict which content you are searching and you will want to see. If you are watching Netflix, for example, you will have some recommendation. So all of those are currently run by a centralized company, and you could replace all of that with prediction markets. So let's give you some examples. So here was actually my Netflix feed, and here they show me like TV show that they believe I would like, and they are using their own AI. But how could we replace that? We could replace that with a prediction market, which will be a conditional prediction market, where the question will be, if Clément watches this TV show, will he like it? And now you can get some market-based estimate. And for example, for the first show, they will say you have 62% chance of watching it, or of liking it, so they will put it first on the list of recommendation for me. And most of them, obviously, I won't watch them, so those markets, they get cancelled because you will never know. But for the show that I will like, if Netflix finds out that I really like it, so for example, if I watch it until the end, but if I stop in the middle, maybe they will believe that I don't really like it. They will raise all these markets, and then the AI who correctly predicted it will get some profit, while the one who did not, they will lose a bit of money. So you can do that for all the products which are currently using AI. Instead of using AI, you make a prediction market, you let any AI participate in it, and now you replace your AI by a decentralized system, which is going to aggregate the information out of multiple AI. So will Netflix do that? Maybe not the first. But now when you are making decentralized projects, like decentralized social media, and people want to be decentralized from the start, and they don't want to have a single operator, that's even the only solution that those projects will have, is they want to run an AI algorithm to give recommendation. So the current progress, so you can see here, I made some market about the attendance of the next BlockSplit conference. I put the range between 0 and 2,000. I'm optimist. So you can see what it looks like. You can buy up token if you think that you will have a high attendance, down token if you think that you will have a low attendance. So that's, let's say, a mainnet beta. Why mainnet? Because we are using so many underlying projects that we couldn't even find a testnet which have all of them. So we had to test on the mainnet. And for conclusion, yeah, so prediction market, I think they are very interesting. They are starting to get a big hype. Like we saw a lot of people talking about it with the election and the ETF, but I still think they are underused. And they were one of the early plans in the Ethereum white paper, but I don't think the holy grail of prediction market has been found yet. I think we have at least good market for political purposes, but that's pretty much it. So here I propose you some way to solve current prediction market issues. And if fortunately we get a more efficient market, we could use that in our daily life, specifically as project founders, to make better decisions. And in the slightly longer term, we will have, similar to auction, we will have prediction market being played with by AI, which will become the majority of the prediction market in the same way as currently most auctions are not between humans, but between some bots which are competing for advertisement space. And I expect something similar to happen with prediction markets. So thank you for listening, and we're going to go to the questions. Yeah. So Polymarket, it's really like a pretty old prediction market where you only have...
I apologize. I'll just repeat it for the people online. So what makes you better than Polymarket? Thank you.
Yeah, so Polymarket was really done, I think, 4 years ago. So you just have yes-no questions. So even on the current beta, we have a scalar market. We can predict scalar values. We can have multiple outcome questions. So just on the current beta, just what is currently implemented. Why I think we can do something better than Polymarket is we can get more liquidity with liquidity incentives, while Polymarket tend to pay liquidity provider by themselves. So it's not really an open participation for the liquidity. It's by using ERC20 tokens. So with the ERC20 token, we can have some composability. So we can use other exchanges. We can also do some fun stuff, like for example, with a Trump market, will Trump win the US election? No, we have a yes Trump token, and maybe we can use that to make a Trump DAO, for example. And or at the same time, we can do a Biden or a Michelle Obama DAO or whoever is running on the other side. So we will have all these composabilities that you don't really have currently in Polymarket. And also about the way to make it interesting to provide liquidity on market where we don't know when we know, the example being Ukraine war, for example. Currently, if I wanted to put some limit order in Polymarket, I will have a high risk of, if the result become known, of losing a bunch of money. So that's why we are working on developing those mix of AMM and auction systems.
Has there been any analysis of whether bots, AIs, are actively participating in various markets yet?
Yeah, like so if you look at Omen, Omen is the prediction market which gets the highest amount of transactions, and they are almost all done by AI. So you have two teams working on that. You have the Gnosis team, and you have the OLAS team, and they are making prediction market bots which are competing with each other. Currently, I would say that their accuracy is lower than humans, but obviously their cost is also way lower than humans. So they tend to make some market with 10 DAI of liquidity. And like most of the humans, they don't care about market with 10 DAI of liquidity, but the bots, they do because they are very low cost. So they're already doing that. But for now, it's mainly like research, and I'm not aware of anyone actually consuming the result of those markets. And they are doing something like 10 different markets per day. And they actually also use AI to create the markets themselves and to resolve the markets themselves. But currently the AIs, they are all in sync, so they don't fight. So we haven't gotten a dispute between AI. But I guess at some point we're going to have an AI dispute going up to Claros. Okay, so I guess that's all. So thanks everyone, and see you at the conference. Start. Hey. Should I begin? I'll begin? Okay. Hey guys, thanks a lot for being there for this talk. It's the afternoon slump period, so I'm sure a lot of you are feeling sleepy, tired, or getting low fatigue. So I'm going to make it as story-based as possible. I'm a journalist by training, so stories are what we do for our craft, and I'm going to try sticking to a story format for this talk as well. So my project's name is VoiceDeck, and we are trying to create a decentralized outcome funding platform for investigative reporters. So I think it's funny that the Web3 space has so many different funding mechanisms, like quadratic funding, public goods staking with Octant, as we saw earlier. But we don't still have a model for funding based on outcomes, which is weird because the real world has this. It's called social impact bonds, where the government pays a provider only if they achieve the outcomes. It's very conditional, but we don't have that in our space. So that's what we are trying to do for investigative reporting as our first thing. So again, just like a quick intro to who I am. So I am a journalist, and I started like about 8 years ago in college. I started a magazine called St. Stephen's Weekly, and in the first issue, we interviewed the principal of our college, and he said things like the vice chancellor is not giving us enough money, and they are creating problems for us. So we ran all of that and his video, and then he decided to ban our magazine. So he banned the magazine. I spoke out to the media saying we are supposed to be the best liberal arts college in India, and the principals banned this publication. What's going on? So he didn't like that very much. He started a discipline committee against me, which suspended me a week before graduation. I then filed a lawsuit against my principal, and I won. So that was it was the first example of actually being able to fight back against people who try censoring you. And it got featured in all the major articles and publications in India. And winning that was really the main kind of motivation for me to also get into journalism and censorship resistance and all of those good things. After that, I joined the Columbia Journalism School, where I focused on investigative reporting. While the case with Stephen's Weekly taught me how to mess around with individuals, I really wanted to mess around with systems, which is what investigative reporting lets you do. So I was very lucky to be in the journalism school at the time that the Panama Papers came out. So a lot of my professors were involved in those investigations, and I got to work with one of the professors in that. So finally, I got it published in the OCCRP, which covered the Panama Papers for Eurasia, Azerbaijan, the full Caucasus region. And I basically found that an airlines which was owned by the Azerbaijan dictator's daughter had got Pentagon contracts and a loan guarantee from the US. And it was a quid pro quo for US to access Azerbaijan airspace. The dictator said use this airlines, which he happened to have a stake in. And that created impact. There were calls for US Congress to investigate, and there was a big blowback from it. At one point, even the CEO stepped down, who's back now, but he stepped down in the aftermath of it. So it created some nice impact over there. While I was at the Columbia Journalism School, one of the reporters called Shubhranshu from CGNet Swara, he came to give a talk, and some of the ideas he described were just mind-blowing, which were, we have democracy in politics, but we don't have democracy in the media, where we have kings, we have owners of media, where we have ministers, we now have reporters. So how can we actually start democratizing the media was something that he was working on. So after graduation, I went to work with CGNet on creating this idea of bringing democracy to the media. And we worked in a war zone in central India. So there's been a civil war going on for around 50 years over there in central India. So I spent 5 years over there trying to make the locals who were caught between both sides to make them reporters who can use their own voice. And so they would report into a server, which was a toll-free number they could call and report into. Editors would review it, fact-check it, publish it,
and then volunteers would try to create some solutions to the problem. Solutions like, okay, the teacher is not coming to a school in a war-torn area. So we would tell the government officers that, hey, the teacher's not coming, and then the teacher would start coming. So we created this loop for around 5 years over there. In all of this, I started VoiceDeck because like when I graduated, we had a lot of grants intended for alumni who start their own companies. That was a very weird motivation to start a company, but that was how it started. So we incorporated VoiceDeck, and I got to work in those areas with the money that I raised independently. We wanted several business models for the journalism that creates very tangible impact. So if you look at like the OCCRP or the Panama Papers side, the tangible impact is things like a court case being filed because of your story, an asset seizure, it's being reprinted in several other media outlets. So that's one sort of impact in journalism. And the second sort of impact is things like a teacher coming to school, a road being repaired, garbage being cleared up, and some of the more local sorts. So I've always been looking for a business model for this sort of journalism because it can never get enough eyeballs to recover its investment. Whereas what I call situational awareness journalism, what's going on in Ukraine, what's happening with US politics, all of that does have a business model, which is eyeballs and advertisements. But the stories that take 1 year to report and create huge impact, like those have zero business model. So I've been focusing on that niche of journalism. Our first experiment was something called Learn to Earn, where it was an advertising model where we paid people in mobile recharge credits for listening to content and answering a quiz to show that they've understood the content. So because in a lot of rural parts of India, they didn't have digital payment, we would pay them in mobile recharges. Like we basically recharge their phone and give them voice credits. So that didn't work for a variety of reasons. I also created an app to share news through Bluetooth, because in a lot of those war-stricken areas, they didn't have internet, but they all would use Bluetooth to transfer videos and files to one another. So I created a way for news media to share their stories through Bluetooth in that region, which got published at forums. But it didn't take up because I saw that even though they didn't have internet, every week they used to go to the market where they did have internet. So even if they don't have all the time internet access, most populations have intermittent internet access. They can still access internet once a week or even more than that sometimes. Then in 2020, the lockdowns happened and the pandemic. And during this time, we had a lot of phone calls from distressed populations saying that we are stuck in cities, we don't have any food, we don't know how we are going to survive. And in this time, we engaged a network of urban people like you and me to actually help these people get food. So we used to call up officers and say, hey, there's this person in this area who needs food. It was a really hectic time. I got basically 4 or 5 hours of sleep in the 7 weeks of the pandemic because we were just getting so many calls that we had to process. In 2021, we saw that the situation in India changed. Almost everyone had a smartphone or internet. Every village had a smartphone or internet. So the same phone number that people were calling up to report their own stories, we integrated that phone number with the WhatsApp business API. So anyone can now take out their phone and just send a WhatsApp audio message, and that gets published and that can be moved forward. So we moved from IVR for people with feature phones, which are not smartphones, to WhatsApp API, which for people with smartphones, and now to blockchain. That's the connection that we want to make, IVR to WhatsApp to blockchain. Where is the blockchain element? So around this time, I got very burnt out because I was just writing a lot of grant applications. And for everyone here who's written, that's a very burnout-inducing process. So I began thinking, what can a model look like where I never need to write another grant application? That was the problem statement I set out. So the answer we came up with was something called impact certificates. So currently, if you look at it, we are on the before impact certificate side, which is that we raise money, we create some impact, and then we have to spend the next 6 months marketing that impact, and then hopefully we get to raise more money. So there's no real feedback loop. So the optimum strategy, if you want to maximize revenue as a non-profit, is create impact for 3 months in the year, and then for 9 months of the year, go to as many conferences as you can and try to sell it to as many funders as you can. The reason for that is that you can sell your impact multiple times. There's no method to stop you from doing that. So if you can get a meeting with 15 funders, you can sell your impact 15 times. Whereas with impact certificates, you create impact. That allows you to generate an impact certificate, which in this case might be my story got a court case filed against someone. So that's an impact certificate. It got a road repaired in a village. That's another impact certificate. Someone buys that impact certificate, which gives you money, which you can use to create your next impact, which is your next impact certificate. So we already know that blockchains are pretty good at solving the problem of trouble selling. But why can't we use that same mechanism to stop people from selling their impact also multiple times? If we can solve the double spending problem, we can solve the double selling problem of impact as well. And the last point I'll make here is that the existing system is extremely discriminatory to organizations that don't have English speakers. I was the only English speaker on the team, so that's why I was doing the fundraising. But when grassroots organizations creating impact don't speak English, they're completely removed from the grants game. Whereas with impact certificates, that's not the case anymore. They don't need a brand. They need to create good impact, and you fund that impact. It's like buying a product rather than buying a service, which grant agreements are all service-based, whereas impact certificates are product-based. So you actually level the playing field, and you can get more startups in the social sector with it. So this is how we then started. Once we had our idea in 2022, this is the journey of how we managed to get things built out. So we started with quadratic funding. And the beautiful thing about quadratic funding is that you're always going to get a non-zero amount of money, right? So in a typical grant application, it's an all or nothing game. Either you get the entire $15,000, $20,000 you've applied for, or you get $0 out of that. Whereas with quadratic funding, you'll always get some amount of money. If it could be even $2,000, it could be even $500, but you always get something as long as you get 5 people to come and donate to your project. So that allowed us to build up a reputation, allowed us to get some traction, and just allowed us to survive. So quadratic funding is great for keeping the mission alive. It allowed me to meet my costs and to travel and to build networks and relations and really reach the next level. After that, we went to hackathons. So hackathons are great for recruiting a team. That's the main objective of a hackathon. So we worked with Funding the Commons and Biddlebox, and we managed to get, on Discord, I posted, this is my project. I got a great designer from Portugal, a smart contract developer from Vietnam, and we managed to build out a rough prototype, which also got us $9,000. We came second place, and we split the money. So the deal with hackathons which you make with recruits is that if we win, we'll split the money, and if we lose, it's fine. We put in effort and we lost. But you still made progress on your idea, and that's what's actually key about it. It's a win-win either way. If you lose, you've made progress on your idea. If you win, you get some money you can use to continue surviving and being in the game, which is really half the challenge in the social sector, just being in the game long term. So all of the progress we made on the top 2 allowed us to finally reach number 3, which is getting direct support, where you can build things out. So I applied for the Ethereum Next Billion program, and that was a life-changing program, the Ethereum Foundation's Next Billion Fellowship, where the support they give is basically one-on-one meetings. They give you, for 6 months, you meet with their team one-on-one, and they try to identify what's blocking you from reaching the next level of progress. And what they found in my case was that we had 3 media outlets with a database of impact, but there was no content management system to upload it. There was no way to bring it on chain in an easy way. So they connected me with another team called Poland Labs. And Poland Labs, as you can see from the name Poland, they move from project to project, and they built it out for 3-4 months, and then they moved to the next project. So they chose my project, built out the first, what they call minimum lovable product, and we managed to, and right now we've launched on testnet. So that was a big kudos to the entire program. And we managed to get some money from RetroPGF, which is a Hedgie's share of it. So Hedgie decided to distribute. They are retro PGF to 4 different projects through a competition on Joke Race, which we managed to win. So this is where we are right now. So this is our minimum viable prototype, which we've built out. So the citizen or the journalist reports some issue. A community works to solve that issue. After it gets resolved, an impact report is published on their website. So the main criteria we have for any organization that wants to work with us is you have to have a data, like impact reports published on your website, that we published a story on this date and on this other date, like the issue got resolved and here's the URL on our website documenting this. Because I see a lot of people who want to use crypto to fund real world projects, and the advice I always give them is don't make it a one-way street, that we'll give you money and you go do work. That's the wrong way for us in the crypto world to fund real world. It should always be a two-way street where, okay, you come and you mint some artifact of yours on chain, and then we will purchase that artifact. So even the organization is entering the crypto world in a very real way. They're buying up block space to actually mint their artifacts on chain. They're giving their reputation to actually put something on chain with their organization. And we are also giving them money. So it's a two-way street in that form. So the impact report, after it gets published on their website, this is where we come in on the bottom. We evaluate the report, which I'm going to talk about 2 slides from now. We publish the impact certificate on chain. So there's a protocol built by Protocol Labs called HyperCerts. So we use HyperCerts. It's an off-the-shelf smart contract for impact certificates. So we use them to publish things on chain. Customers can then purchase these impact certificates directly, and that then supports the media outlet. So they never need to write grant applications. Yeah, like that's the problem we set out to do. All they need to do is create impact, someone buys that impact, and they have money for their next impact. So it's much more efficient for everyone involved. Otherwise, like you spend about 33% of your time writing grant applications, 33% doing admin work to service those grant applications, and you only get a third of your time for actually creating impact, which is incredibly inefficient use of these people's time. This is the minimum lovable product, which you can go on a website and see right now. So you have, we worked with 3 media outlets. So these are the stories that we've taken. So one of them is women, like the bottom one here, women weren't allowed to go to a temple in India because menstruation is considered impure in many parts, so they weren't allowed into the inner sanctum. And after the journalist reported on this, the temple had to reverse its policy, and women were finally allowed into the sanctum, which is amazing impact. Like, you're changing social attitudes and customs, and you're adding dignity. We also had another great one, which was a human trafficker got arrested and put behind bars. Which is just incredible on so many levels, that a journalist could come and record it and get the police to mobilize and take action against them. One of the teachers was stealing from the midday meal scheme. The midday meal allows children to get free lunch in school, which is the reason that attendance rates have shot up in India. But this teacher was trying to embezzle money from that, and children weren't getting fed because the teacher was taking the funds from it. So all of these sort of impacts are the sort of things that we want to fund in journalism. This is how we then evaluate and quantify the impact. So this is the page. If you click on that story, this is what you would be taken to. Here you can, so if you click on support this report, you can give any amount. The important part is you cannot give more than $1860. $10 has already been given, so you can only give this much. So that actually, it's like, the way to think of it is that when I'm going to buy a t-shirt, the shopkeeper doesn't tell me give how much ever you want, right? That would be absurd. He would say the price of this is $1,800, and then you give that $1,800 and you get the good that you've bought. Whereas in the social sector, the thing is, oh, give as much as you can. Like, that's a terrible way to do it. So there's a fixed price to an impact report, which we calculate based on cost price. So if this report costs $1,870, so that's how much it sells for. In the future, we might want to make it 2x cost price or 3x cost price, but to start with, we're just trying to get them to recover their costs. We also then quantify the impact in a benefit-cost ratio. So what this means is that for every dollar given to this organization, it resulted in $608 of impact. So how do we calculate this? It's obviously very controversial. Like, how would we put a dollar value to a human trafficker being put behind bars? It's very controversial, but as Nikita said on Twitter, like, if your product offends someone, it's one version away from being something special. And the way we quantified this story was we looked at the size of the human trafficking industry, which is $32 billion, and the number of women and children trafficked every year, which is 2 million. So we divide 32 billion by 2 million to get a value of $16,000 per trafficked, like per child or woman trafficked. And then we looked at how many they had trafficked over the course of their career of the human trafficker. And that's how we managed to quantify this particular impact. Yeah, there's a more complicated formula, like more complicated methodology, which you can read about. It's called relentless monetization. It's like really interesting. So we've been applying that to 27 stories so far. Yeah, so this is the last slide now, and really hope you enjoyed this talk. My partner Nidhi is here as well, so she's working on the next version of the product. So do get in touch with her if you are interested. This is some of the ways that you can help. One is we need evaluators. We've only quantified 27 impact reports. We need to quantify a lot more. Just these 3 media outlets we've worked with have 5,000 impact reports already. So it's a lot more work that we need to do with them. If you're a developer, it's a fully open source project. You can see Charlie sitting back there. So yeah, that's Charlie. So she's from the Poland Labs team, which built out the entire initial repo, github.com voice text. So that's another way to contribute. If you're an operator, this is the stuff that I'm majorly doing now, like fundraising, legal, outreach to other media outlets. So I've got back in touch with the outlet that published my master's thesis at Columbia, the Panama Papers. That's our North Star. You know, we want the Panama Papers on chain. I think that would be a very historical moment for the blockchain world, where we get the, like everyone accuses us of doing money laundering and whatnot. And if we actually got the Panama Papers to be minted on chain and the impact of that investigation to be quantified and funded, I think it would really change a lot of the narrative that we currently have to undergo. Yeah, then even if you're a media outlet, we're always looking for more impact certificates. If you're a funder, we want, like if you see voice deck in any Gitcoin round, please give us $1. Once we launch, we are on testnet right now. Once we launch, you can even look at an impact certificate and buy it. That's always welcome, or a direct grant as well. So, and if nothing else, just be a cheerleader. Like follow us on VoiceDeckDAO on Twitter, or that's my personal handle where I tweet every day, and just trying to keep the mission alive. Yeah, thanks. So I'll ask Nidhi to talk a little bit about the future direction very quickly. That's what she's majorly working on. It's tying it back to the idea of bringing democracy to the media. So.
Yeah, hi everyone. Really nice to be here. It's great that there exists a space like the blockchain, because I've been working with government since the past 4 or 5 years, and you see how stifling the environment can be to innovation and just being open to change. One of the things we're working currently on is because most of these reports, these journalists aren't professionally trained at Columbia or anything. They're like normal citizens like you and I, and in rural parts of India who probably did not even have access to education or a good way of life. So we're planning to take that power, the potential that people hold to speak for themselves, and tie it with making them a sort of counselors or politicians for their own neighborhoods. Because currently, this is something less known in India, which happens to be the world's largest democracy. Cities are currently ruled by administrators. We do not have an elected government in our major cities across India. So we're planning to use blockchain to hold local level elections in municipalities, wherein citizens can, vote these reporters, these local reporters to power, and collectively decide what problem they want to solve, get it solved, get an impact certificate for that, and keep democracy sort of running in our cities. So that's where we are at right now, yeah.
So we do have 3 minutes for questions if anyone has. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Without mic.
Nidhi, you can give him the mic.
Okay, yeah. Thanks. I see enormous potential here. I want to ask, did you test aside India in some other country, some other stories? Also, I saw you had a workshop today. Did somebody from the Croatian journalists or somebody interested participated? And also, I saw you studied philosophy and journalism. And by my understanding, investigating journalism is a bit deeper subject than just people reporting. Okay, that's the first step. But I'm missing to see the link between people reporting and covering the subject more in depth.
Right.
In that.
I think that's actually a great question. And when I studied investigative reporting, the definition that my professor gave me was that we look at a systemic harm. So if a laborer died in a construction of a building, that's a tragedy. It's not an investigative story. But if the company had a history of flouting laws and violating safety standards, and then that person died, then it's an investigation. So you always try to look for systemic harms, and that is what investigative reporting is. We are operating in the space of solutions journalism. So journalism, where you're reporting with the hope of a solution from your reporting. And that can be divided into two parts. One part is investigative reporting, where you might spend a year going deep into a story. And the second part is citizen journalism, where it's not a very in-depth, but it's an issue that the community feels and they want to solve. So when I approached the investigative outlets, all of them told me, show us a pilot first and then we'll do it. So that was the situation with them. With the citizen journalism outlets, they were like, yes, that sounds like a good idea, let's do it. So we are doing the pilot with citizen journalism, and then we'll demonstrate that pilot to the investigative newsrooms, and that's how we plan to eventually do it.
And just to add to that, the impact reports that are published on the website follow a particular format, which is like a video, and you would see that in news channels and stuff like that. So it follows that code, and it follows the codes of journalism, because these citizens are trained by professional journalists heading these organizations that we're partnered with.
Well, thank you for this amazing speech, and I really enjoyed the idea of your whole project, which is kind of based on the local community and its strength. So I know you mentioned a bit that you have some sort of collaboration with the government, and I was wondering, have you faced any sort of challenges by the government, considering that the base of your program and the projects are the people who are complaining about lots of stuff and just noticing certain issues in the local community. So I was wondering, what's the relation with that? Thanks.
That's a great question. And in the case of citizen journalism, what I've seen is that the lower, like I was working in the conflict-ridden region with the citizen journalism outlet. So what I noticed was that the lower level officers, all of them hated us because we were pointing out their flaws and what they're doing wrong. But the higher level officers loved us because they are like, this is the sort of intelligence that we require in order to drive actionable change. So higher level officers love us, lower level officers hate us. But for the insurgency, it was the opposite. The lower level soldiers loved us. They're like, I'm fighting my war to solve these problems. But the higher level insurgency leaders hated us because we were a fundamental threat to what they represented. So that's the dynamic we observed with citizen journalism. But with investigative reporting, I'm sure it will be a different ball game entirely, where a lot of the power centers would not be happy with with not just the funding that we're giving, but the oxygen that we're giving these stories. Because normally when a journalist reports something, it's like forgotten about after that. And when the journalist moves on to the next story, but with our model, they would actually stay with the story to report future outcomes that happen from it. So that would be more threatening to the person being investigated when that journalist is kind of like a leech, you know, he's not going to leave their side. He's going to keep sucking blood and getting more funding for doing that.
Okay. I'm curious about something like how are you managing the balance between, like, you know, transparency and the potential threats to journalists as, you know, coming from this transparency?
Right.
Yeah.
So, like right now, we've just been partnering with official media outlets and organizations. So something which so we had to think about was whether to go directly to the journalist or to go through the media organizations. And we finally chose the media organizations because of the wide variability in how they funded their citizen reporters. So with CGNet, they believed in the reporters are reporting their issue because they have a complaint, not to earn money. So they're saying the same way we wouldn't pay someone to vote, you cannot pay a journalist to report, like, you know, the citizen reporter. That was their model. Video volunteers pays a fixed amount for impact reports and for grievances, and like per video they have a chart. With Gram Vani, our third partner, they have mobile clubs of reporters. So they said if you pay an individual reporter, that's not good. But if you pay a club and that club then distributes money democratically, that's actually a good model. So we never wanted to get into the nitty-gritties of that and upset those functioning of those organizations. So we just give it to the organizations, and the organizations channel it according to their existing systems. Because I've seen it happen too many times that we come in with this savior complex and then we completely destroy their existing system, and then when we suddenly aren't there anymore, then they can't even go back to their old way of functioning. So that's very harmful.
Yeah, totally. I was thinking about a friend that had to go undercover in the Tijuana cartel for like 3 years. So
Right.
definitely he doesn't really could use his name like transparently out there. Good way.
Yep.
Hi, Devansh. That was great, and definitely lots to think about in the context of journalism. Just to follow on the idea of the previous question, journalism today is becoming more and more dangerous. We've seen what happened in Gaza. There's been dozens of journalists murdered and killed in the line of doing their work, and lots of other countries around the world where journalists have been targeted by people in power, the military and the governments of the day. So I'm just wondering, how does the system that you're proposing, how is it going to provide maybe a high level of protection for journalists who maybe want to do investigative journalism but can't do it in a public way, which would be revealing their individual status and become a target of attacks?
Right. So the way OCCRP does it, the Organized Crime and Corruption Reporting Project, is by changing the incentives of attacking a reporter. So in the case of Azerbaijan, the regime threw one of the journalists behind bars, and because of that, OCCRP put 5 other reporters, including me, on that same dictator. So the incentives change that now if you actually target a journalist, you're going to get 5 other journalists investigating the same issue. So you're in a worse situation than you were before you did something against them. So that's how the media outlets are responding to these threats. But when it comes to the security angle, I think like you have to rely on the Reuters and the New York Times and the others who actually have standard operating and like good security and other things. That's one way. And the second way, which is more bottom up, is actually strengthening citizen journalism in these areas. So things like what Nidhi shared, that we use a government ID to give everyone in that area a vote, and they can then elect who they think can represent their community and issues well. And then that person can be given, they have legitimacy then. The community has elected them using these blockchain systems where you can vote in real time. It's not every 5 years. If you don't like him anymore, change your vote immediately. And so then once that legitimacy can actually hopefully strengthen citizen journalism in some of these areas. So it's top down, Reuters, New York Times and all their security detail, and bottom up, which is citizen journalists in these war-torn areas. Yeah. Yeah, this is the last question, then we have to stop. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. I'd like to ask a question about social bonds. So in classical approach, usually like a private market invests money into building some social venture, and then the government or some philanthropist pays for that success, right? So my question, in your use case, like how is it actually working? Who buys impact certs? Do you have any concerns or like strategies to overcome this problem? Thank you.
Right, I think that's the main hypothesis that we need to test once we move on to OP mainnet, which is where is the buying pressure for impact certificates going to come from? So the two models that we're going to test out, one is a B2C model, where we are trying to target the gifting market. So whenever someone makes a donation and buys an impact certificate, they can leave a comment underneath that impact certificate. So those comments could be things like, I'm buying this for my daughter's graduation ceremony, or like, because of a funeral to remember this person, I'm buying this impact in her name. So that's one model, which is the B2C, people buying it individually. And the second is that we receive, like the B2B model is we go to existing media funders and tell them that, hey, you can donate to this wallet, and that wallet automatically goes to buying the highest rated impact certificates. So the benefit cost ratio that we computed, if there are 5 certificates, it can go to buying them in the order of rating or score that they've received. So those are the two ways that we have planned for how we can actually get buying pressure for impact certificates. But this is really the main question of whether we succeed or fail. That will it actually have buyers, this whole idea of an impact certificate? Yeah. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I hope you enjoyed the talk. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess not. Hello. I don't hear it. Oh, yes, it's on now. Sweet. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all here. My name is Palina. I'm in blockchain space for 10 years, maybe, up to 10 years right now. And this was the talk name that I come up when I signed up for the talk for about a month ago or so. And yeah, I wasn't sure if I'll be here by myself or with the team, so I just thought, what would be fun to talk about? And I decided talking about this is actually not a bad thing. So how far are we from data dystopia? If you actually want to know the answer to this question, the answer is, I don't know. That's it. Thanks for your attention. But frankly, there was no definite answer in the web on what is actual definition of data dystopia. So the talk is going to be really pretty philosophical, and we'll just discuss on privacy, self-sovereign identity, and how does it all come up with the data. So yeah, let's try and figure how far are we on the way to dystopia, if we are at all. So really, dystopia by definition is the anti-utopia. So there is no clear definition to dystopia. It's just something that is not utopia. This is from Wikipedia. So let's talk about utopia then. And there was actually a book by the Sir Thomas More. So technically from Greek language, it is translated as a no place. So it is something so ephemeral, something so idealistic that it does not really exist in this world. That's why it is utopia. And yeah, that's how I come up with definition. Okay, so let's think about something that is super, super ideal. It's so ideal that it doesn't really exist. So if we approximate this to the data, this is what it would look like. So every human owns everything that they produce, and they clean it up and control its flows. So technically everything that is your footprint of your existence, something that could be put into the web space, you have ultimate control over it. And if you have ultimate control over it, that means you can delete it, easy peasy. That technically means that you're anonymous, and your anonymity is by default because you can control everything. So if we're thinking about data dystopia, then it would be the opposite of data utopia. So okay, you have no ability to control everything that you own. Your footprint is easy to track back to you, so you are not anonymous at all, if anyhow. So yeah, if we're looking at the scale, I would kind of rate it that we're closer to dystopia, maybe 80% than to the utopia. Because, and how would I define it? Actually, I Googled on how can you delete yourself from the internet, just plain Google search. It's actually an article from McAfee, and he says, well, it was just the first result. While you can delete your personal info from the internet entirely, you can take strong steps to remove it from risky places. And, well, it's interesting to define risky places, but anyways, it's really very hard to delete yourself from internet. It's very easy to get a service, but it's very hard to delete yourself. And this is actually a privacy policy of the company called Delete Me. And they have these different clauses, like if you're from California, you have this and this rights. And if you're from European Union, you have this and this rights. And you can actually exercise your rights if you go and contact our representative, blah, 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 blah. And the app itself is the app that cleans up all the traces that you have on the internet, like someone using your email somewhere and you cannot control it and so on. And so, yeah, it's actually very easy to give away your data. For example, I have this stupid advertisement of some yoga service in Instagram, and I sign up for it, and then I figured out that they actually work in Russia, and this is a very principal point for me, and I'm like, I don't want to use that. And now they send me a shit ton of emails, and to unsubscribe from there, I have to go log in, figure out my password if I remember it at all, and then try to find the button to delete me. And if I find it, or if there's no button, I would actually need to write an email asking to delete my data. And it's just like a shit ton more steps than I would want to do. So, and now my email has thousands of unread emails, and it's very hard to clean those up. And even if I clean those up, they're still piling up and piling up because people don't really sorry, I forgot the English word for this, don't really think well about carrying your data. Anyways, I need my footnotes. Sweet, and that gives us to the point, like previously, we didn't spread so much data around because it was expected of everyone to host their own service. Everyone had to have this like server rack at home, get their website on, and you would self-manage your data. And even if you go back, you have this like, in every Linux system, on each and every file or folder, you have this access right of like read, write, execute, and also you can put like 777. For the specific file to allow someone to read it or not read it. As well, if you have Android, for example, every time you have an app, you can actually, app will ask you, can I use your microphone, or can I use your photos, or network connection, whatnot. For some reason, iPhone doesn't do it. I don't know why. So really, that's why he starts judgingly. Like right now, it's not convenient to have your own rack space and have your own website at home because you already have cloud. It's just so convenient. You put everything into the cloud, it hosts it. There is no self-hosting anymore. And yeah, what happened with that idea at all? And that actually kept me thinking about physical versus cloud. This is funny because this is actual picture of the storage that I'm about to use, because I'm moving from Croatia and have a lot of stuff. And this is roughly 8 or 4 cubic meters, and it's cost about 50 euros a month. And well, it is a storage, it's not self-access, so people will bring it, put it in the box, it will be in there, it costs 50 euros a month, it is insured, nobody will have access to it. I have contract with them, so the only person who can actually get the stuff back is me. And yeah, why don't we really do the same with our cloud data? So my first thought was like, okay, we have photos, for example, I use iCloud for that, and why, if I want to put something on Facebook, for example, or Instagram, I have to re-upload it again? Why don't they just use the same one item that I have in iCloud, so I only pay for iCloud? Kind of like a physical storage thing. And yeah, even if Facebook would tell me, okay, now you store it yourself, and you pay us some money, and we will never share it with anyone, I will still probably not believe it. And then I was thinking, okay, so maybe I should just check iCloud, if iCloud actually will share something with anyone. And I was kind of surprised because it appears they kind of can. It's actual from their privacy policy as of maybe 2 days ago. And I'm not very good at legal talk, but it sounds pretty evil, which it says, if you share something, you grant Apple worldwide royalty-free and exclusive license to use, distribute, blah, 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 and a lot of other things with your data. And I'm like, what? And I was just basically keyword searching on privacy policy of Apple. Really, I didn't find anything on Google privacy policy, but I was curious if that's because their wordsmith in legal and compliance is better than iCloud. And then I'm like, okay, let's try to find an app that's actually not interested, really not interested in having all your data, which is 1Password. And the wording is better, but pretty much the point is every company has to do something with your data, and they have this under service data, which is in every legal talk, there is something that would say like, okay, we have this data that can be used by third parties, we hold it and blah, 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 but damn, this is just so evil. Okay, and I love reading terms of service and privacy policy, really said no one ever. I'm just reading it for the talk, really. I don't really read it anywhere else. Every time I sign up for something, I'm like, yeah, I agree with terms of service, it's fine, it's fine. Maybe the only person who loves it is a lawyer who compiles them for a living. Yeah, and after this, so we had 2 paid services that said, okay, we collect your data. One said it's like, we only collect essential, we don't really know with it. Another said, yeah, we have full rights for that, except for claiming the ownership. So after that, it keeps on you thinking that most people don't really think that if you don't pay for the product, you are the product. So imagine how badly like Facebook can utilize your data, or Instagram, or TikTok, or Twitter, or you name the service. Like, it must be pretty bad. And this gives us to this awesome picture. And it is a reference and throwback to Mark Zuckerberg sitting in Congress, being interviewed, or maybe interrogated rather. It's probably in 2018, I don't remember correctly the year, but it was after the Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. So Cambridge Analytica is a British company that was contracted by Trump and I don't remember, someone else related to Brexit. And, sorry, my notes. The point being, they had this app and they collected a little bit about information on their users, and I think it was a Facebook app. And then using Facebook Graph, they actually collected 87 million Facebook profiles. And it is pretty scary because they kind of, based on these profiles, they made several clusters and they targeted the advertisement for a specific cluster of people saying specific things that makes Trump good and Hillary Clinton very bad. I'm not sure how their advertisement related to Brexit worked, but they pretty much incentivized people to vote for Brexit. And that was a huge issue, and that's why this, and that's why he was in Congress. Yep. And that leads us to PsyOps. which is pretty much kind of things they did, but they were not. They were doing it legally correct because they utilized everything that was all right. They definitely, it caused a lot of issues and throwback in Facebook, and Facebook did pay a lot of fines after that. But technically, they got the data that was available. They did classify people under several categories. They did prepare specific advertisements to change their mind for a specific thing. So for example, if you like puppies, they would say, yeah, Trump loves puppies too, and Hillary Clinton hates puppies. Don't vote for Hillary Clinton, and so on. And this is a typical thing in psychological operation. And right now, it's actually a very, very huge problem in Ukraine because of war with Russia. Yeah, because there's so many subtle manipulations that you can do if you know enough information about people. And yeah, up to a point that people cannot really adequately make judgment on things because they're super emotional about something, and you just do more and more emotional stuff. You put them correct news under correct sauce, and after that, they just can no longer distribute the correct facts from the false facts just because of how well they're invested into something. Well, yeah, while the topic is pretty subtle, there's a lot of manipulations like this happening around the world pretty much on an everyday basis. Probably you don't even know about it, but that works. And to kind of comply to that, right now AI can learn pretty much all of your habits. AI can help you with making, like, cluster people into the specific groups. And currently almost half of the internet is made up by bots. And I think lots of that probably Internet of Things, but also there is a lot of actual bots that can now easily span a lot of text and write any emotional things for specific news very fast. And it becomes a big problem. And yeah, manipulating masses never been this simple as right now. And yeah, if you can be categorized, you can be manipulated. So if you really reveal any information by yourself, for example, you press some likes on kittens or whatnot, that means that you can be put into category, and that means that they can provide you advertisement with things you like more. And ultimately, the ability to have analytics and bots makes the winner. So the more resources you have to spend on your ads, the more power you have into making people do some specific things. That's why there is a donkey. It's like on a carrot. It goes if you give him carrot. And yeah, the question is, can we really avoid this? And I have several thoughts, really. So forget a lot of bots online. If the ultimate power is to have a lot of bots that can do whatever, or having a lot of people who can have thousands of accounts and vote for something, maybe if everyone has an equal right to spawn this bot, then internet will become ultimately useless. And there is this thing about AI that it only is cool if you teach him on the human data. If you teach AI on something that is generated by AI, it becomes dull with every next iteration. So the thought is like, okay, so if you give everyone power to spawn these bots and everybody can use AI, then ultimately AI will become useless. And then you're like, okay, we still would need some human information, and we want humans to be able to give their opinion on the internet. So maybe should we KYC the social network? Or maybe should we rather make it more impossible to use AI on the internet? Or you can, for example, have separately human-generated content and AI-generated content. So technically, to have good AI that is good for humans, you need to have AI that is trained on human data, and then you would use it for something that is good for humans, but not for publishing, for example, evil ads. So yeah, to train AI, we would need this human data. And the problem about human data is really, it should be treated like intellectual property. So going back to very, very first slides, the problem is that right now all the data is being controlled by some third parties, but ideally, as a person who generates some patterns of movement or talks or whatnot, it ideally should be treated like intellectual property, like copyright or even exclusive right for some of this stuff. Okay. And this is where actually zero-knowledge proof come in handy. These are just several companies on top of my mind. And it is very awesome. It's very actually utopian idea that you can prove something about yourself without revealing your data. And I think it's great because it's kind of, as a human, you still need to apply for visas or vote or prove that you're over 18 or something else. And this, or even like statement that I've been to some conferences, whatnot. And this is actually very awesome tools that would help you do it. And as they evolve, it actually goes to the more private and better internet with time. And it's funny, but physical problem still exists. So even if you don't have any footprint on the internet, you're still a physical person. So for example, if you want to go to the internet or something, to the university, ideally, if you're absolutely anonymous, you will submit your application through zero knowledge something. They wouldn't know your gender, identity, whatever else, skin color. So technically, the solution is diversity is also in anonymity. And yeah, going back to physical problem. So I was in Poland recently, and I took a train from Wrocław to Warszawa Centralna, as you see my number 58. And if you skip the problem that the two seats nearby is 52, 58, the thing is they have this itinerary written on every seat, so you know where a person goes. Technically, it's made because you can see, some people don't have assigned seats, so they can see it when you're leaving. But then it's kind of weird because you can see me and then where I'm going, and it's super strange. But by Polish law, as long as there is no any like primary key identity thing like name or surname, it's considered fine. And I'm like, it's weird that my physical appearance right here on the seat doesn't mean that it's my personal information. It's just an interesting fact that even if you do everything in zero knowledge proof, you still have this physical aspect of you being in space, or people living next to you know things about you. And the same is this guy, the Reddit. So there is this saying that Reddit always knows where you live, and you should always remember that, referring to my previous statement that there's always some neighbors that know where you live. And yeah, the ultimate hassle about having your data private, except for the physical thing that I just mentioned, physical presence, is that when you share something, you can never really know if someone did a copy of what you shared or not. So if you have like copyrights or NFTs or exclusive ownership to something, if you really show it to someone, you would never know if they were copied or not. We're talking about digital space. So there's Mona Lisa that you can understand, okay, there she is. But if we're talking about any pictures or your personal data, like, I don't know, medical record, whatnot, you will never know if someone really copied it or not. And then because of that, you can't really fully delete yourself from the internet. And that's kind of almost a summary. The paradigm of assuming that everyone is copying your data is not that invalid. So technically, you would have creators that will create things and share it and monetize it. So when you share something to someone, ideally, you get some profits out of it. For example, if you want to share something with your AI model, you will just go and claim some money for it right away. Or you just use zero knowledge proof for everything that doesn't require specific data share. So if you're not creating some new content, actually zero knowledge proofs help with a lot of things in that regards. And that does really sound very utopia. So if we actually, any of these principles, if you can use them in full, that is a utopia. So, and in here I want to say that, you know, like does sound like a very easy recipe, and easy recipe without like thinking through all the minute details of how it comes to life. It actually is a utopia, a place that doesn't exist. And kind of like a short summary, I wanted to say that the end goal of this topic was not really to talk about the end user, like you personally handling your data. It was more about talking to people and entrepreneurs and people who build their apps and developers to keep in mind that actually end users just follow whatever is easy to use, the same as we had like Web 2, and now everyone should have had their own website on their rack space at home, but now still everybody uses cloud because it's just so convenient. As a person who moves out a lot, I would say I would not have a server and have it also additionally move with me. Yeah, so yeah, summary is it's hard to sell privacy and security where only people think is scroll TikToks. They just don't care if it's private or not. And then, yeah, we as people who really care, who build something, we really need to think about privacy in mind and thinking about future that we'll give to these people. Yeah, and we have to think about mass market. And the fourth point is just general sanity. Don't take a picture of your passkey and put it on the internet, and don't put identifiable data on the blockchain. Yeah, talking about privacy, I should be doing like this. So socials right here. Oh yeah, sorry, I'll move back in a minute. Like arrow, you talk to me if you want to know more. But then I was told that I have to have some information about myself if you want to reach out afterwards, or if you want to ask more questions. So that is my Twitter, ENS, something else. You can find me by that one. This is the company that I work for, actually my startup, and we're infrastructure. We do store your data, but as long as you pay us. If you stop paying us, we delete it instantly because somebody has to pay for electricity. Super GDPR compliant. Yeah, that's it. I think I ran out of time, so I'll just leave you with this. This is the book I read recently that give me all these thoughts about it. And thank you so much for listening to me. Do I have...
Hi, my name is Maria. As you heard already, some of you, I work as senior ZK researcher in team 3327. This 3327 team is R&D department at Ethic 42 company, but also I work as assistant professor at Faculty of Mathematics in Belgrade. And also I'm head of department of differential equations. And also, I'm co-founder of Mathematical Academy. Mathematical Academy is some kind of private school where we are working with talents in the field of mathematics, physics, and cryptography. And for example, this year, our students, the best of them, obtained 41 medals on the state competition in math and physics. And last year, with cooperation with Ethereum Foundation, we organized probably the first zero-knowledge proof course on Balkan. So today, we will talk about ring learning with errors and fully homomorphic encryption stealth addresses protocol. So today, we want to talk about private transactions, but also we want to talk about post-quantum cryptography. So let's start. First, we want to talk about private transactions. You know that blockchains like Zcash and Monero have some cryptographic methods and their core that enable privacy of transactions. But there is a great need to introduce private transactions on the public blockchains such as Ethereum. Okay? And when we are talking about privacy of transaction, what we mean by this? We want to hide the amount of transactions, maybe. Maybe we want to hide the recipient address or sender address. But maybe we want to hide all three things together, or maybe just one of them. And we can obtain this using different cryptographic methods. For example, we can use zero-knowledge proofs, like Zcash. We can use ring signatures, stealth addresses, or we can use fully homomorphic encryption. Today, we will talk about stealth addresses. And with stealth addresses, we want to hide the recipient address. So we want to have the same protocol that we have today, but only thing that we want to hide is the recipient address. So in order to obtain this, we need to have this structure. We want to have recipient. Recipient is Bob, and Alice. Alice is sender. So in order to obtain this, first thing is the Bob needs to do to generate some kind of stealth meta address. And after a generation of this address, he can send this address directly to Alice, or he can add this address in some kind of registry. So if Bob adds this address in registry, then everyone who wants to send the assets to Bob can go to this registry, calculate new address of Bob, and send the money to Bob. So every time, when every person wants to send the money to Bob, Bob will obtain new stealth address, okay? And after adding this address in the registry, Alice will go to the registry, find this stealth meta address of Bob, do some calculation, and after that, she will obtain new address of Bob, send the money to this address, and after that, Bob is able to control this address and to spend the money from this address. This is the idea, okay? And there are different ways to achieve this. We can use different cryptographic methods. Probably the most known one is this dual key stealth address protocol. Dual key stealth address protocol uses a Diffie-Hellman approach. So you need to calculate shared key. So in this protocol, we are using multiplying scalars with a point on elliptic curve, and we have hashing in order to obtain the address, okay? And my friend Mihailo and I created two more protocols that using different cryptographic methods, such as elliptic curve pairing. So instead of calculation share key, we use elliptic curve pairing. Okay, and we have two protocols. One is with single key, and the second one is with double key. Maybe we can mention here that we obtain this dual key stealth address protocol with elliptic curve pairing that we already implemented, obtain the best known results, better results than dual key stealth address protocol. Okay. And these protocols are really great protocols, but with these protocols, we don't have post-quantum resistant. So if we want to have algorithms that are quantum resistant algorithms, we need to use different technique. And for example, we need to use learning with error technique. So we used here ring learning with errors and model learning with errors technique and obtained two new protocols that are quantum resistant protocols. Stealth address protocols, but quantum resistant. And of course, we can use different way to achieve this. We can use fully homomorphic encryption to obtain this. And what was our motivation to do this? Well, we read the paper, Base Stealth Address Protocol. The authors of the paper are Vitalik, Tony, and others. And they already implement this and this. So they use dual key stealth address protocol. So they use Diffie-Hellman approach, okay? They implement these contracts, they use this elliptic curve, and they use view tag. View tag is just technique to for sender to calculate in a faster way his new address. Okay, just for optimization, nothing more. And in this paper, they want then on top of this have different schemes. They wanted that obtain the scheme with elliptic curve pairing and lattice-based schemes, so to use post-quantum cryptography. Okay, so we created these schemes because it was interesting for us to research this topic. Okay, now in order to explain our protocols, first we need to understand the basic concepts. So we need to explain some mathematical things. It won't hurt you, at least not much. So we will start. First thing, I think that the most of you already knows. In order to calculate public key from the private key, usually today, you need to multiply a number, your private key in the final field, with point on elliptic curve. So result of this multiplication will be the point on elliptic curve. Okay. And if anyone wants to obtain your private key from your public key, then he needs to solve discrete logarithm problem on elliptic curve. And this problem is very hard to solve. In real times, our computers cannot solve these problems. But quantum computer can. So we need to have different technique, and we will explain how learning with error technique are working. But here you can see we have learning without errors. So first we want to explain the basic concept and to add some things to explain why we need to add errors in order to obtain this quantum secure algorithm. Okay? So I think that the best way to explain is with the example. So we'll start with example. We have here in the example Mihailo. And Mihailo has his secret key. This is Mihailo's private key. And in order to calculate a public key, Mihailo will not multiply this private key with point on elliptic curve. He will multiply public matrix, this matrix A, and these are elements of this matrix. This will be the first column, second, third, fourth. Okay? And the result of multiplication, this matrix with private key, will be Mihailo's public key. So this vector here will be the public key of Mihailo. Okay? When someone wants to calculate Mihailo private key from this public key, well, he needs to solve the system of a linear algebraic equation. So we will have 9 equations, okay? And 4 variables. But we already know that this system has unique solution because Mihailo has this private key. So it is enough to consider just 4 equations. And I think that everyone here knows to solve this system. We can use a Gaussian elimination method, or we can use here Cramer rule or something else. Okay, but we can solve this problem. So this algorithm is not secure algorithm. And because of that, we need to add errors. Okay? So let's talk about learning with errors. We will have the same example as we had a moment ago, but now we will calculate Mihailo public key in a different way. First, Mihailo will multiply public matrix A, the same matrix as we had a moment ago, with private key, same private key, and add vector of errors. Okay? So here we can see the errors. And what are these errors? Well, this error will be some numbers from some range. For example, here we use errors that are from range from -5 to 5, okay? And we will obtain, if someone wants to calculate private key of Mihailo using public key, this will be new public key of Mihailo, okay? And that person needs to solve this problem, and this problem is this problem. Just a sec. Okay. So we have 4 unknown variables and 9 equations. But we change the values on the right-hand side. So this system of equation probably does not have solution. And if someone wants to calculate Mihailo private key, then he needs to solve all system with all possibilities. And if Mihailo private key has a lot of coordinates, then we will have a lot of equations. And we have many possibilities with these errors, okay? So it is very hard to calculate private key if you know public key of Mihailo, okay? And we can make this problem even harder. What we can add? We can add modular arithmetic. So instead of using this as Mihailo public key, we can use module some number. For example, here we will use module number 89. So when we want to calculate this number 11, we will divide this number 3856 with 89. And reminder will be number 11. Okay, so Mihailo public key will be this vector here. And it's almost impossible to find out Mihailo private key if you know this public key, especially when you have a private key that has a lot of coordinates, okay? And this is impossible for our computers to solve in real time, but also if you have quantum computer, it is believed that is impossible too, okay? Now we want to talk a little bit about our protocol. So we have recipient, Bob, and we have Alice, sender. And first thing that Bob needs to do is to generate stealth meta address. Okay, in order to do this, Bob needs to generate his private key, and he needs to generate errors. Okay, so he will multiply public matrix with his private key and add errors. Okay, and obtain public key. And this is if we use technique learning with errors. But here we use ring learning with errors. So we want to use polynomials in order to optimize. But you can think about technique learning with errors, and just to know there is one more step to obtain this protocol, okay? We don't have enough time to explain in detail, but just one step. Okay, and also Bob can generate viewing key. Viewing key here is not important for understanding. Viewing key is here that, for example, you have a tax inspector and you want to prove to your tax inspector that you pay all taxes for all your transactions, okay? You can give him this viewing key. This is viewing key. And he can see all your stealth addresses and all your transactions, okay? So this is just for this, but it's not important for us today. After that, Alice will generate her private key and her public key. So she will generate private key and she will generate her vector of errors in order to obtain her public key, okay? And she will add this public key in ephemeral public key registry. But how Alice can calculate new address of Bob? We will use the similar technique that we used in Diffie-Hellman approach. So Alice will multiply here public key for viewing of Bob with her private key, okay? When Bob wants to calculate his address, he will multiply her public key with his private viewing key, okay, in order to calculate the same address. But both of them will not obtain the same results. Why? Because they add some errors. And Bob does not know errors of Alice, and Alice does not know errors of Bob. So both of them will obtain different results. And in order to calculate the same address, we need to cut off the last bits, okay? We can also have different technique. We can use technique that enables us to obtain the same result, but is more mathematical advanced technique, and we won't talk about that today. After that, Alice will calculate new stealth address of Bob, and Bob is able to control the assets using this spending key. This spending key is a result of adding Bob's private key with this share key that was calculated by Bob. So only Bob knows this private key, and only Bob can use this spending key. Okay, so we have post-quantum cryptography and stealth addresses in this protocol. And let's talk a little bit about fully homomorphic encryption. The fully homomorphic encryption is the holy grail of cryptography. So we know that more than 30 years ago, the first idea of fully homomorphic encryption is constructed. And 15 years ago, the first scheme is constructed. And why is important to use fully homomorphic encryption? Because with fully homomorphic encryption, the cloud or someone else can use your encrypted data, prefer some operation here over encrypted data and obtain also encrypted data. And what is here important, that if user use the raw data and do the same operation on raw data, he will obtain the same result when he decrypt this data. So no one else except the user needs to have decryption key. And this is very important, especially in the cases where we have some sensitive data, okay? And here we have just a history graph of fully homomorphic encryption. But today I think that the problems with this approach are optimization problem. So we have a scheme, but we need to do more optimizations. And now, for the end of this talk, I want to talk a little bit about fully homomorphic encryption stealth address protocol. And this protocol was constructed by Mind Network. And in this protocol, we have Bob. Bob is the recipient, and we have Alice. Alice is sender. And here we can see that this is a secret key for stealth meta address and public key for Bob meta address. And we can see here that in order to calculate public key, Bob obtained this public key as a result of multiplication his private key with generator point on elliptic curve. Okay. This is interesting. And then they perform fully homomorphic encryption in order that Bob calculates secret key for this new stealth address. Okay, here we have some different kind of keys, and we use fully homomorphic encryption, and Bob obtains secret key for his new address, okay? But here, there is also one problem more. Why? Because here we have private key of new Bob's address, multiply by generator point on elliptic curve, and obtain public key for this new address. So we have the connection between private key and the public key using point on elliptic curve. So in order to calculate private key, we need to solve discrete logarithm problem on elliptic curve. But we already knows that this problem can be solved by quantum computers. So in their paper, they mention that this protocol is really a quantum safe protocol. But I think that is not true. What do you mean? So I think that using everything that we talk about today, you can change this protocol to really be quantum safe protocol, okay? So this protocol have some vulnerabilities, but is easy to change in order to obtain post-quantum security, okay? And this is everything for today. Thank you. See you.
Any questions? No? Okay.
Excuse me, I didn't understand the last part. Did you say that the paper presented did not offer post-quantum computing?
Yes.
It is because it is using elliptic curves?
Yes.
And is there another possibility in which it can be?
Yes, because in order to calculate private key of Bob using Bob's public key, we need to solve discrete logarithm problem. And it is proven that this problem can be solved by quantum computers. Okay, and here we have a problem.
So which one of the two algorithms that you presented you think is more interesting in order to pursue? Because the FHA is so interesting because of,
yes.
Yeah, sorry. If you were going to tell somebody which one of the two start with, which would you say?
If I understand you correctly, I think that, yeah, Mihailo and I create two more protocols, ring learning with errors and modular learning with errors. And there is a difference just in number of dimension you need to use. So there are tools there already we have that we can use, and it is easier to use modular learning with errors. But ring learning with errors, potentially, if you're using, you can obtain maybe better efficiency with ring learning with errors. But there are also some implementations that we can use. So for us, it is easier to use model. But in future, I think that better results we will obtain with ring learning with errors. And because of that, I talk about this protocol today. Thank you.
Okay. No more questions.
Okay. See you.
Test, test. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Ivan, and in the past years I was organizing this wonderful conference, so I hope everyone is having fun. Today I'm on stage moderating this little panel, and I hope everyone had enough food, that you're enjoying Split, and that you are sober enough to enjoy this conversation. So to begin with, a little short of introduction, starting from Belma.
Thank you, Ivan. Happy to be here. Yeah, this year more on the participating side than organizing, but always happy to be back in Split. I'm Belma. I'm currently working as VP of Engineering at ChainSafe. ChainSafe is a Web3 company that's building Web3 infrastructure. Among some of the things are cross-chain bridges, protocols, and many other things.
Hi everyone, I'm Mislav. A lot of you probably already know that. One fun tidbit, I think this is the 5th time I'm speaking at BlockSplit, so this is a very fond conference to me. You might know me from some other roles, but right now I am the co-founder and CEO at Cluster, which is a chain abstraction protocol that we're kind of sort of building in stealth mode right now, but I think in a few months you're going to be hearing much more about it. So that's going to be it for now, just a small teaser. You have a mic. Okay.
I wonder how is it in stealth mode. Hey everyone, my name is Ahmed Al-Balaghi. I'm one of the co-founders at Bioeconomy. This is my first time in Split and first time here at this conference, so I'm very excited to be here and sort of check out the community. We've been around for the past 5 years, solely focusing on empowering developers to achieve seamless Web3 experiences, and essentially, I'd say at least growing and transitioning the world to going on chain. A lot of what we do now is a full stack account abstraction solution for wallets, applications, and chains.
Thank you, everyone. So while I was outside waiting for this to start, some people came up to me and asked me, like, what is account abstraction? So before we get like super deep into this, given that you are one of the leaders in the space, can you please give us like a quick rundown of what it actually is?
Yeah, without like going too into the specifics, essentially account abstraction was born with the context of basically separating validation, like signature validation from execution. And that's why it was introduced, so that essentially users have different ways to authorize as well as give programmable, at least give programmability towards the execution of transactions. We'll definitely go into sort of the use cases and what it means. But that's like, I'd say one like technical way of understanding account abstraction. I would say another more broader element is like account abstraction is essentially anything that would, in a way, hide or at least remove complexities away from sort of Web3 users or using Web3. And so account abstraction, I'd say, has been around for a very long time. It's just been coming in different forms. So that's sort of another way I'd like to think about account abstraction as well.
Thank you. So, Mislav, so what are the challenges of using an EOA like MetaMask? So Ahmed just said that they're trying to hide away these complexities. So can you please give us like a quick rundown on what are these complexities but what are also the advantages of using EOAs?
So I assume a lot of you have had the experience, if you're been long enough in Web3, the experience of trying to onboard a friend or a colleague to crypto. But not like just opening a Coinbase account for them, just actually onboarding them to self-custodial crypto. And I can almost be certain that it wasn't easy for you. You had to get them to install like MetaMask, you had to get them to understand what a private key is, understand then what gas is, what is gas prices, how do you do all of these things? And so these are things that we take for granted in the Web3 space. So we take it for granted that, yes, I do have to store my seed phrase. Yes, I do have to, so I'm sending USDC, but I have to get ETH to send USDC. I don't think we even realize how weird that sounds to like a normal person to do something like this. So those are the challenges of EOAs. EOAs were built as like first-class citizens that were solving a consensus problem for smart contract blockchains in 2013, when this was a very novel thing. And nobody was thinking about, I mean, people were thinking, but nobody was thinking of implementing it in a simpler way, because it was just, why are we having gas? Because Ethereum is a Turing-complete blockchain, and if you didn't have gas, you would have infinite loops that would drain the miners. So the entire design, thinking, and architecture when EOAs were built was built on this premise of, let's just get it to work. Now that we've onboarded people and that more and more people are using blockchains, we come to the realization that using gas is unacceptable. Being forced to store seed phrases is unacceptable. A lot of these things that we take for granted are just unacceptable for growth. And that's the drawbacks. Now, you're asking for benefits. I guess one benefit is that it works with all the dApps. So, but that I wouldn't call it like a design benefit of EOAs. This is just the ecosystem support. Right now, if you have a smart account wallet, a lot of dApps will act weird. Like we tried building some gasless wallets, so a lot of dApps will just like hide the execute button if you don't have enough gas, even though our system could execute that transaction, they'll just gray out the button on the front end because they assume you can't do it. So right now, like big benefit of EOAs is compatibility, but beyond that, I see absolutely zero benefit.
So smart accounts are, at the moment as they exist, are not really backwards compatible. Is that the biggest drawback?
Yes, I would say yes.
Would you guys agree? Yes?
I mean, I would say that's the only drawback. I guess there are many more of them. I mean, smart accounts and account abstraction in general is kind of still the problem that we have. Like, we use the term, but like we still don't know like what's the ideal user experience. There are many drawbacks in terms of like security, implementation, and how it affects the protocol. Like, how do we enforce like future compatibility as well, and how do we also make sure that whatever we introduce now doesn't kick us back later in the future. So it's kind of a both back and compatibility and future compatibility as well.
Ahmed, do you want to say something on that? I see you fidgeting a bit. So.
I would just say, one thing, that, you know, if you guys would sort of take away anything as well from this, and something that I've been thinking about a lot is that I really truly believe that account abstraction is for everyone. It's not just for newbies. It's for us. We need it a lot. I have so many accounts, so many like random ETH, God knows where, that, you know, I just ideally would want to, you know, batch these things together, use them in very simple ways. You know, I would say that account abstraction has to also benefit like actual Web3 users, because we could actually do a lot more. When you remove friction, you expand markets. If you allow people, especially people like us, we would happily spend $50 on gas fees if we really want to do something, right? Like, we would do that. And we have a higher purchasing power when we're dealing with USDC versus actual USD, right? Like, it's easy to spend $100 of USDC on chain than it is to spend $100 in cash. Imagine if things were made so simple in whatever we're doing, degenning, anything like that, there'd be so much more activity from power users like us. And of course, you know, we all know that it will benefit like the noobs and the newcomers to Web3. So I think account abstraction, just generally smart accounts, is for everyone, because it sort of really does empower so many things.
Okay, so for this grand vision to actually become a reality, a lot more standards need to be implemented. So Belma, can you please give us a little bit of an overview of these EIPs that are coming along?
Do we have an hour or so?
No, let's keep it short, but let's just, quick rundown.
Yeah, quick run. So I think the kind of the biggest kind of leap into the account abstraction was the standard 4337, if I remember the numbers correctly, and then just kind of many more started coming in. Because once we kind of introduced a way, like how to kind of handle in a standardized way, like sponsor transactions, like gasless transactions, how do we like create all these user operations so turning EOA into smart accounts, it's just kind of created a lot more questions because everyone turned like creating solutions on their own. Right now, I think it's like really hard for a dApp developer to go and implement something, any kind of account abstraction solution, because it's just kind of all of them are different. So, for example, if I'm a user and I kind of come in and make an account on using AA solution, whatever dApp, then I go to another dApp, I'll probably get another account. So we still, again, are getting into this fragmentation problem. So there are like new standards that are kind of tackling the initial ideas and changing the way it works. I'm not sure if it makes sense to go one by one and kind of compare. As I said, I think that's another presentation, but the biggest thing is agreeing where the account abstraction should live. So where that abstraction is it application layer or is it protocol layer? I think with some of the latest proposals and EIPs made in this month, last month, I don't know, are also suggesting some of the protocol level changes and introducing new transaction types. So we still have yet to see like what that means for security implications, but it's kind of very, very interesting to see how it all develops. And then taking into account that there should be like cross-chain standards as well, it just makes the whole picture much more complex, and it will take some time to kind of solve it. But that's why those EIPs are very, very important, because one by one, we're kind of getting to better solutions. So we drop one EIP, we get to the second one.
Or Vitalik writes one in like 30 minutes and then crushes everyone's dreams. This is a question for Ahmed. So how is... oh, you wanted to say something?
No, I just, just a small tidbit. I think two types of standards can be seen as appearing. So ones are when 4337. So 4337 was the standard that defined how a smart contract account would look like and how it would execute. Now there's a lot of standards that are upgrading 4337, adding like modules, which are, if you want to have passkey logins, if you want to have multi-sigs, if you want to have, I don't know, spending limits, like I can spend $1,000 a day with one signature, 10,000 with two or whatever. So these are all now getting implemented as like plugin systems for Ethereum accounts. And then there is another category, which is how do we migrate existing EOA users? And these are standards like 3074 and this one 702, was it? Yeah. Yeah. So basically, first one is let's make a robust account abstraction stack. And then second is let's make a simple way to migrate existing EOA users onto that stack. So that was just my addition to this. Yeah.
There is a third. So I was just on Slack, like you guys saw me on my phone, right? There's at least 4 additional ERCs, new ones in the form of, we don't need to get into them, but the first one started like ERC 5792. It's been built by the Coinbase team with Wallet Connect and a few others. We're kind of like somewhat like just checking it out, seeing if it makes sense. But then there's ERC 7677 for paymasters, and there's like another 2 more for specific use cases. So this is a very big rabbit hole, and it's you know still going to take some time to figure out, to be honest.
Okay, so how is AA different from native AA?
Yeah, good
so
question.
what does it even mean?
Yeah. So right now, account abstraction, as we know it, is in ERC, or at least ERC 437. This is a standard on top of the protocol, and essentially you don't need any protocol changes to enable account abstraction. Native account abstraction basically means smart accounts would become first-class citizens, because there now would then be like an actual protocol change, or there'd be a hard fork to actually enable account abstraction. And so this basically means smart accounts become first-class citizens, paymasters will become like just way easier to use, and bundlers just become nodes, right? So essentially what we have is account abstraction with ERC 437 is all this like infra that's needed. And then you'd have basically less infrastructure that's needed when it becomes native. And we're seeing some, of course, Starknet, ZK Sync have native account abstraction, although they're different. There are some subtle differences between the two. And there is this RIP called 7560, I believe, which is trying to basically push native account abstraction to rollups. But that spec still hasn't been finalized. And I'd say like once that gets finalized, then we'd see like a lot of rapid adoption, because I think a lot of people are waiting for that. A lot of new chains, a lot of rollups are waiting for that.
So regarding the market, given that Bioeconomy processed like what, over 10 million user apps in the past, how many years? Or was it
1
just
year,
like
yeah.
quarter? Oh, in the last year.
Over
Okay.
the last year, yeah.
So over 10 million user apps in the last year. So what is your prediction for the AA market? What are the trends that are currently, hyped?
Yeah, I would say it's a good question. I would say right now there's a lot of, and this is a conversation I think we had outside. Like there's a lot of applications, especially consumer apps, that are using embedded wallet providers like Privy, Web3 Auth, whoever, and needing and wanting AA, so the smart account to represent the user's account. So that's something that we're seeing. We're seeing also growing trend from, how I mentioned these like differing ERCs. Now the biggest problem with account abstraction today is that everyone in a way gets locked in. So if you use Bioeconomy, you're at least locked into the smart account. And there's all this sort of SDKs that people have to integrate. The cool thing about ERC 7677 is that you essentially could just, it's basically a paymaster service where it doesn't sort of lock in developers into how they could use account abstraction. So I think that's going to be another growing trend, because I also believe that there should be free ways for how developers should integrate. You wouldn't necessarily need to be forced to be locked into a solution provider. Ideally, you're with the solution provider because they are the best provider, right? So that's something that we're seeing that's growing as well. And we're seeing way more chains, like a lot of chains. We've integrated 25 plus chains, and there's more in the pipeline that are enabling account abstraction and want this as part of their chain infrastructure. So these are like a couple of things that we're seeing.
I got a quick question for Belma regarding ChainSafe and the market they're targeting. So before this panel, we were having lunch, and you mentioned the gaming market. So can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, we worked a lot with gaming studios and kind of having games use wallets in whatever way they want. And yeah, in gaming, like you definitely don't want to see your MetaMask pop up go every second on the screen. So there were different solutions like how to solve that. So like with gaming in specific, I think less is about security. It's more about like UX itself and having things like session keys that some of these standards also propose is definitely a good thing. Another thing that I would love to mention in the same kind of a world, in the same kind of a system related to gaming is different chains. So far, it has been really hard to, the cross-chain gaming is not yet a thing, but when using like different, let's say NFTs or something like that, it definitely becomes much harder to use things that are on different networks. So things like network abstraction also comes in, which is kind of super important, because ultimately the ideal UX there is I just have an asset, I just have hundreds of whatever tokens, and the infrastructure should be the one that kind of figures out the best way to send those assets on whatever network. Sometimes this can be hopping through multiple L2s cheaper than just going directly through to mainnet. So infrastructure is the one that should solve that. So yeah, that's also one of the things that we're focusing and building, because yeah, ultimately we should really make it easier for even both beginners and for us, as Ahmed said, to use those things. Just kind of yeah, last week, like, you know, I was supposed to like pay something in person for a book, whatever, and the guy was like, oh, we receive Optimism, Arbitrum, so you can send there. I was like, sure, whatever, anything works. I'm pretty sure I have like 50 USD on some of those chains. And I was like, MetaMask mobile, Trust Wallet. It's like, wait, I can't switch the change to any L2. So it's just kind of a ridiculous knowing where your assets are. But yeah, getting back to gaming, we definitely don't want pop-ups there inside the games, and we don't want fragmentation as well. So if I'm playing on one game, I want to use the same account as another one, and I don't buy NFTs or other assets on different accounts. That's just additional hassle, and ultimately, I don't care which network.
I got a question for Mislav. So earlier in the conversation, we mentioned embedded wallets, we mentioned some smart accounts. So clearly there are subdivisions when it comes to these wallets. So can you give us a quick explanation of it?
Right, so we can make a distinction between embedded wallets and global wallets. Let's say, I think that should be a fair way to split them. So your global wallet is something most of you are probably used to. It's like this address where all of your funds are, and then you connect this address to various applications, and then you give various types of permissions to various applications to use those assets in some way. So you all know about the approve flow on ERC20 assets. So basically that would be your global wallet. It's the one wallet that you use on Uniswap, Aave, Compound, Yearn, you know, wherever you go, you connect your wallet. Now an embedded wallet is the complete opposite of that, which is a wallet, an address. Let's call it an address, not a wallet. It's an address that is specific to a single application. So what it does is, let's say Ahmed mentioned some of the providers like Privy or Dynamic or Web3 Auth. Basically, an application integrates the SDK of this embedded wallet provider. And then basically this, when you click connect or sign in with Google or sign in with phone number or sign in with whatever, the embedded wallet provider creates a new address in the background, a new wallet, new private public key pair, which is then used for that application only. Now, embedded wallets have a lot of benefits. For apps, it's definitely good that they can capture their users inside their app, and then the assets that are on that address basically belong to that app, and then the app is able to, you know, provide additional features to the user so that the user can, I don't know, get some yield, leverage something, and that's good. And also, like, the user experience benefit can be quite nice, especially if embedded wallets are paired with account abstraction. Then you can have this like one-click logins, gasless experiences, where basically the apps almost look like Web 2 apps to the user, but it comes with a trade-off of fragmentation. So essentially, every new app that you use, and I think this is something Belma touched on earlier, every new app that you use has a separate address, separate assets, separate everything. And then, like, migrating things between those apps, it's not the best. So I think there are quite interesting ways to solve this. But right now, as it stands, yeah, there is this trade-off between user experience and fragmentation. Maybe not user experience, but between those things.
Okay, so question for Ahmed. Clearly, there are a lot of these embedded wallets being used out in the wild on the market. So which is the most popular DApp? Is using these smart accounts.
Which is the most popular DApp?
Well, yeah. What are the most popular dApps that are utilizing this technology?
Yeah. So I'd say like a couple come to mind. We recently worked with Animoca.com and Chess.com. They basically built a game together called AnyChess. It's basically a Web3 game. Well, it's basically a chess game that has some wizardry in it and some magic in it. But the reason why they're building this on blockchain rails is so that they could enable and provide NFTs for their gamers and their user base. And so here they used Web3 Auth, for example, as an embedded wallet provider. And what's funny is that when I asked them about the stats for how many, because they basically allowed users to come in either via email or MetaMask or Coinbase Wallet or what have you. And it's funny, like the percentage was like 60% MetaMask or something crazy like that, which is really weird, right? And so the question is like, okay, how many people actually using embedded wallets or actually signing in via email? And so that was interesting. So these guys, we've done over like 450,000 accounts for them, have sort of processed over like, I'd say they're the biggest one in terms of like transactions, user base. Another one which is like super interesting is Alpha Friends. This is basically built on Base and on top of Farcaster. And they're using Privy for authenticating via Farcaster ID, basically, right? And so if a user comes in, you need to have a Farcaster account, and that's really how users authenticate themselves. And I would say like this application has been our biggest one on Base, where essentially degen is actually being used as a form of gas on Base, which is really cool. And I think right now it's around like 200 ETH worth of degen has been used to pay for gas.
Wow. So earlier, also outside in the lobby, someone asked me, okay, I've heard about account abstraction. Is that the same thing as network abstraction? So this is maybe a question for Mislav. So what exactly is network abstraction, and how does account abstraction fit into this whole, like the grand scheme of things? Just to kind of zoom out from the whole market thing that we were just talking about.
Yeah, I think that this touches upon from the beginning of the panel when Ahmed said that the goal of account abstraction is to reduce complexities of using the blockchain. Network abstraction is just taking this one step further. So account abstraction, let's go through a list of things that you don't want to do. It's probably the easiest to do it like that. So you don't want to have separate assets to pay for gas. If you're sending USDC, you would really prefer that you are able to pay for this transaction fee in USDC. So that's account abstraction solves this. Then, for example, you might want to use, you really don't want to store your seed phrases. You want to have either professional recovery solutions or social recovery solutions. So account abstraction solves this. Then some third thing you might not be so keen on is the ability to single transaction send everything I own. Yes, I'm 100% sure. Completely, definitely drain my wallet. So this is something that account abstraction can again prevent with like spending limits and certain multi-sig applications, locks and things like this. So this is like our initial part of the stack where we're starting with things that we don't want to do. Now, when we go a little bit lower on that stack, one thing that we really also don't want to do is switch networks. And I think this is something that Belman mentioned earlier. It's, yeah, I have these funds. I have $50, but I have it on Optimism and I need it on, I don't know, Base. Why should I not be able to use it on Base? I mean, obviously the answer is technically in the background, I need to synchronize the state between blockchains. But even the fact that this information is communicated to me as a user, you have some funds on some blockchain, but you can't use them on a different blockchain. It just introduces this step that I'm not doing this step because I want to do it. I'm doing this step because I have to do it. So, and I think every time this I think is a lesson to everyone who is building applications, not only in blockchain, but everywhere. Every time you see something like this, where a user is doing something because they have to, not because they want to, this is probably a step that you can optimize. And chain abstraction or network abstraction, however you want to call it, is solving for this issue. So imagine an application, and I think this is a really good case to explain network abstraction. Who of you has heard of Aave? So yeah, basically almost everyone. So Aave provides 15 lending markets on 15 different blockchains. Certain markets have higher yields, certain markets have lower yields. When you're borrowing, certain markets have higher interest rates, certain markets have lower interest rates. But if I have my funds, let's say, on Optimism, but the best market for yields right now is on Binance Smart Chain, I don't know, then I would have to unwind my position on Optimism, bridge the assets to Binance Smart Chain, then supply it to Binance Smart Chain just to get it. And if I'm trying to borrow money, let's say I have some collateral ETH on Polygon, but the best, lowest, lowest interest rate is on Optimism. Again, I have to bridge my ETH from Polygon to Optimism. Then I have to supply it, etc., etc. So imagine a different world where this looks completely differently, where you see a lending and borrowing app. There is no blockchain mentioned anywhere at all. Like no connect with this blockchain, switch this network, use this network. There is USDC, and I have 100 USDC. I don't care which blockchain that those 100 USDC are on, and I don't care which blockchain the lending market is deployed on. All I know is that I want to use my 100 USDC to borrow some, or I want to use my ETH to borrow some USDC so that I can buy more ETH, so I can open like a leverage trade position. So this is something that chain abstraction is going to enable. And this is something that you're going to see very, very soon, probably like a month or two. So this is the user experiences that we want to enable to our customers. And these are the user experiences that are going to reduce friction and bring, I don't want to say the next billion. I don't want to be the guy that says the next billion on a conference. But they're going to bring a certain amount of new users, and yeah, what Ahmed said, like reducing friction expands markets, and that I think that's always been the case.
I think Belma wanted to say something. When you said in the next month or two, she went like this. So Belma.
Yeah.
I think you wanted to introduce Alpha here, maybe. I don't know. But I think definitely such solutions are being made. I mean, I can fair to say that we're building MVP as well within JaneSafe for network abstraction. But anyhow, like the biggest problem will still be to kind of get all of us kind of working on standards that are also supported cross-chain, so CAIPs, that also exist, and just rolling that out kind of collectively and just kind of really helping users kind of deal with all of that is also important. Not users, but more app developers.
Okay, so in short, essentially what abstraction is giving users simple UX, right?
Yes.
Would you agree, guys? Yeah. Yeah, so we just spent like 30 minutes. We could have said that at the beginning. No, just kidding, but so essentially that's what it is, right?
Yeah, well, one other thing is also abstraction for developers. So one thing I've been thinking about quite a lot is, and this has been sort of like integrating with dApps, is that dApps are doing a lot of work to integrate, which is probably not the right approach. So for example, let's do a bit of, like just let's brainstorm a bit. So if, like we mentioned ERC20 tokens, paying in ERC20 tokens, right, is one of the main features of account abstraction. Should this be integrated by a dApp developer or a wallet? Who thinks it should be done by a dApp developer? Okay, one person. Who thinks it should be done by a wallet? Okay, batch transactions. Should it be done by a wallet or should it be done by an app? By a wallet. Should it be done by a wallet? Batch transactions? Okay, should it be done by a dApp? Okay. In my opinion, I say a bit of both. What about recovery? Is it done by a wallet or by a dApp? Right? It's pretty clear that's probably done by a wallet. My point is that I'm actually writing an article on this. It's basically like thinking about what are the things that would enable a uniform UX. Right? Like right now, the uniform UX or the status quo is that wallet developers could only do so much with the EOAs. And then dApps have to kind of do everything themselves. But what if wallets all had the capabilities of what we have, and all they have to do is basically not just pick and choose, they could just curate their own UX on top, right? So if they know the wallet supports ERC20 tokens, they support permissions, they support batch transactions, they support recovery, they would essentially have a different stack to work with and could basically curate that better UX. And so then it's up to the dApp developer to basically sort of just curate whatever they want to. And I think that's what's powerful. And it's sort of abstracting all of that from developers. Like chain abstraction, should that be done at the wallet level or the dApp level? dApp level, guys. Should it be at dApp level or what about wallet level? More on the wallet level. Yeah, so it's interesting, like that's the thing, like account abstraction provides all these things, but not every dApp needs it. And that's the reality, and it's like we kind of probably have to go down a route where, you know, wallets play ball on this and dApps play ball with that.
We have a couple of minutes left, so does anyone have any questions for this really knowledgeable crew here on the stage?
Is this working? Yeah. Thanks for the great panel. So I guess question for everyone here, like EOAs have the same address on all chains by default, right? That's something that's handled on the protocol level. And I think the users are used to this fact. They don't have to do extra steps or be extra careful. Like there is a new chain, I can just interact and I'm good. So how do smart accounts fit into this assumption of users? Is there a way to achieve something similar? How is this being planned for in the future, I guess?
I'm very glad that this anonymous audience member has asked this question. Smart accounts can, but don't have to have the same address on multiple chains. It depends on how you deploy them. I am of the opinion that they should have the same address on multiple chains, but for example, a notable dissent from that opinion is Safe, who have been quite against having safes deployed on the same address on multiple blockchains for reasons I think you might know, because I think Marin told me something that...
I'm not sure if it's safe specifically, but you can get different accounts if you're using different curves. So if you're using like secure enclaves and passkeys compared to, you'll use different curves, so you'll get different account. So this is something that's also one of the standards. Happily worked on that. The discovery problem kind of proposes to tackle 7555 if everyone is interested. We kind of make sure that we get same accounts per domain. Currently all networks with EOAs, but the problem is like different domains. So different website could possibly give you different accounts. So there is a potential solution for that as well.
I think we had a question over there.
Hi. So I'm curious so once all of these EIPs are figured out, once all these questions that you said are still kind of being figured out are all done, like what is the ultimate vision from the user perspective? How does opening an account look? So Mislav mentioned these embedded wallets. I understand this is done like within the app. But how is a new wallet, how does the experience of creating a new wallet, so someone joining crypto, how does that look? And I assume there's this recovery function, so this is why seed phrase is not needed. I'm not sure how this is solved, but also another layer to my question, I think people there will be a subset of like early crypto natives who are just not gonna want to use it. I'm probably including myself here. So how do you see this like developing once it's out? And how is it going to look, ideally, like a dream scenario for a new person joining crypto? Thank you.
Who wants to answer?
The question is, does anyone really know the answer? I think beginning of the year, I mean, including Ethereum core devs and everyone kind of working on different protocols, we're asking the question, you know, what's the ideal UX? Like, okay, we're at this stage now, and we can plan ahead, like, but how do we want the things to look like? And that was hard to answer. I'm not sure if the community agreed on one answer, but it's kind of a summarizing what we're talking today. Ideally, we want to make things easier for users, either existing or newcomers. So they have maybe a single sign-on that they can use. They have recovery. They have option to kind of have provider wallet, whatever, pay for the gas. So make all that flow easy enough. But also for app developers, when they're making a dApp, they have a clear UX that they can take. Because if I would go and develop a dApp today, it would be very hard to me to research all the existing solutions, check out all the SDKs, how to support different SDKs and all of these different solutions. So ideally for them, it's also just knowing what needs to be done, what are the capabilities that other wallets support, and just kind of checking the checkboxes on what the dApp needs, and automatically then supporting those wallets as well.
Yeah, just quickly to answer your question. So unfortunately, I have to say it depends, because if you're a wallet, so the three ways users typically are onboarded. They go to MetaMask or Rabby or what have you. The second way is they use an embedded wallet, and that social sort of sign-on. And right now, these are all going to global accounts, like Mizlam mentioned. So if I'm a user, I'm using Privy. I could at one point, I think they're launching it soon. You could basically have a global account, and you'd see all your assets across all these different apps, right? That's number two. Number three is app-specific wallets. There are a lot of games and there are a lot of apps. They've just built their own wallet. They're like, we don't care about the ecosystem. If you want to use my app, you have to use my wallet, right? I think Gunzilla is just a recent example from top of my head, where I don't know if it's custodial or not, but it's they don't allow you to connect with anything else. It's their wallet. So it really honestly depends on the builder, the company, but ultimately the ideal UX for me is all about freedom. It's all about the user having all the choice in the world, right? They're able to recover their account, or they're able to take their account elsewhere and have it placed elsewhere. But this is where I think the UX could be okay, the wallet is intelligent enough to make some decisions that I don't want. For example, bridge using across because it's the cheapest thing. I would happily give that power to a wallet or a dApp, right? But there is a simple advanced button. If I go on advanced and I select those preferences, then great. I would want that advanced, but not a billion users will not use the advanced setting. That's just the reality. And so I think there should be this assumptions based on the user that this is what they're okay with, and they have the option to exit. There has to be an exit path.
Okay, and on that note, we'll have to end this panel discussion because the time is up, and it's been up for the past 5 minutes. So thank you everyone for joining. Thank you, Ahmed. Thank you, Mislav, and thank you, Velma.